Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome to the Late Show. This is your host, Young Brando. We're going to talk about watches and we're going to start with some new releases and then dive right in to in Eichen, Zurich's Tourbillon auction, which I had started covering a few days ago, but I was nowhere near finishing it. So I hope I will have some time to get back to it today. But in either case, there are some interesting new releases that I want to talk about. And I'll start with a little bit of a head scratcher, to be honest, because it's actually a very interesting watch. Just happens to be priced at a point which doesn't make much sense. So we are looking at Alpina, which traces back its history all the way to 1883. Alpina was bought some years back by Frédéric Constant, which ended up in the hands of the Citizen Group. It continues its autonomous operations, so to speak. And it is celebrating its 140th anniversary with these extremely limited editions of two square watches. And let's start there. I think those are the two things that I really like. That it's a square shaped watch and that it is a piece that honors Alpina's distinct history, and it is a limited edition in the strictest sense of the term. These are not made in 2,000 examples each. These are not made in 1,000 examples each, not even 200 or 140 examples each. There are two dial colors, one black, one the current dial that you're seeing, the two-tone silver. They all have something distinct to them. The black dial is US exclusive, I'm given to understand, whereas this two-tone silvered dial is actually a globally available edition. The piece has a beautiful roaring 20s slash Art Deco design, rectangular shape by and large, with relatively short lugs, stepped flanks. And in this case, you also have a subsidiary dial for the seconds, which is rectangular, so which in a way takes after the shape of the case and of the dial. And that dial is very carefully divided into two silvered finishes, with the hour track as well as the subsidiary dial for seconds, second sub dial taking on this off-white color, whereas the center of the dial as well as the railroad track for the minutes have a silvered finish. The script for Alpina apparently is period correct, because these pieces are actually made with new old stock movements that they refreshed, rehauled, and used for these 28 watches. AL490, I believe, is the name of the caliber. Hand wound, formed for the case. Well, in this case, I guess they made the cases built after the movements. As you can see here, it has a crown system which is screwed down, sits flush to the case, and that was, of course, in the 30s, quite a venture, quite an improvement. Um, Nowadays, of course, 3 Atmos or 30 meters of depth rating, water resistance makes the watch splash proof. In this case, that's more than welcome, because at the end of the day, this is a very delicate wristwatch, a dress watch in the best sense. And I think they did 2 more impressive aesthetic details that I love. One, of course, that golden brown ostrich skin strap with contrast stitching, which screams classic reverso / art deco style. And the case actually is a beautifully polished sterling silver case. So that's also very unique for a watch like this. Now, since they're a little stingy in terms of the photographs they provide on their own page, I will have to scooch back over to Fratello. Here are the 2 editions side by side. The black dial, which I believe is available in the US and globally, and the silver 2-tone dial, which is available outside of the US. Again, 14 pieces of each colorway, so to speak. As you can see, the 2 dials are actually quite distinct, and not only in color, because here you have basically a black dial with a slightly oversized circular round subdial for the seconds. And you have a quite uniform black accent, black aesthetic to the dial that is only broken up by the hands, the minute track, and of course also by the painted numerals, which I don't think are luminous, which is a good thing, but they have a kind of eggshell color, which gives the watch a vintage sort of vibe. They have also used feuille hands, leaf shaped hands, which I think is a very nice style. I'm sure if they had chosen syringe hands, everyone would cry about how they are copying Jaeger-LeCoultre's US limited editions from more than a decade ago now. And we're slowly approaching the problem part. But since I love the design of these watches so much, I have been deferring it. I have been delaying it. Here's a beautiful picture of that new old stock caliber, rectangular with beveled edges, sunburst finished for the one second. So the bridge plates are beveled. Of course, the base plate of the movement is finished in the style of perlage or circular graining, and the ratchet wheel is kind of a sunbrushed or sunburst finish. The caliber beats at, I believe, 18,000 semi-oscillations per hour, which translates to 2.5 hertz, and has 42 to 45 hour power reserve, which is quite good, actually, considering that it is 1930s caliber. And as you can see, AG 925 certifies this piece as sterling silver, high polished case, marked as limited edition, 1 out of 14. In this case, what is pictured is 14 out of 14, and the model's name, which I didn't mention until now, is Alpina Heritage Kari 140th Anniversary Edition. So, what's the problem if this watch is so good? The pricing, I feel, is a little delusional. I mean, I don't want to put it like that, but it really boils down ultimately to that exactly. The European price is right under 5,000 in euro, and the American pricing is 5,350. I believe the black one is already sold out. I guessed as much, since there were only 14 available, and the silver is still available, and this is the price point for the US. I guess not much to complain there, since, again, it was an extremely limited edition, and they were already able to sell out the black one. So that is it. BC says, am I the only one here? I'm here too, don't worry. JB, from the website, the black seems to have a slightly sandpaper texture. I believe both of the dials are a little textured, like this kind of granular texture that I think has everything to do with the application of what I believe is some sort of lacquered paint. Yeah, I think it's a very cool watch. Look, I would love to see a product like this launched in a more serial production, maybe with a modern version of the caliber that maybe won't be as nicely finished. We don't really expect that from Alpina anyways, but perhaps has a little bit more modernization with a slightly advanced power reserve, perhaps. The silver one should still be available, at least to our friends outside of the US, and the pricing is right under 5,000 in euro, which again might strike you as expensive for Alpina, but how many other square or rectangular cased watches in polished sterling silver with a hand wound caliber and with this kind of styling are out there? You can't really find anything unless you are going for Cartier or Jaeger-LeCoultre. And yes, some people might argue that, hey, I can get like a solar beat quartz Cartier tank for that price, and by all means, you would have a certain point. But I think this is a very cool release, and it takes a very unique place in the brand's catalog, which is otherwise very much slanted towards sporty watches, especially, their take on the integrated bracelet piece, which is the Alpina Extreme, which I think makes most sense in this regulator dial version, which I happen to like for one reason or another. Don't hate me too much for that. I think it's an interesting value proposition. And again, I might get hate for this, but I would probably take it over Baume & Mercier's Riviera, even though it has very interesting. The Riviera also has a few very interesting additions. We can take a quick look at that too. So this is the Alpina Extreme Regulator Automatic, which is kind of very much playing with the shape of the triangle, which refers, of course, to the peaks of Zermatt, and it is the brand's logo. And it's a regulator dial, which has a navy background with the subdials for the seconds, which is the smaller one, and the hour, which is the larger one, taking on this anthracite gray shape. A little bit of a rubber detail on the crown, which I kind of like, actually. I think since I've been domesticated to like the offshore, it's heading into a dangerous territory at this point. I start liking these things, and the 200-meter water resistance is not too bad. This also happens to be a limited edition, but should be available in a plentiful way because there's 888 of them. Jumping over to Baume & Mercier Riviera. I wanted to say that it's much more expensive, of course, at a price point. Well, much more perhaps wasn't fair to say, but has some interesting design elements, namely this smoked transparent dial, which gives you some vague view of the movements from the dial side. The most interesting part being the semi-visible date wheel, which of course peaks out at 3 o'clock. This particular piece comes on a leather band. With a 5-day power reserve, Val Fleurier movement, 100-meter water resistance, easily interchangeable bracelets. There's also that was, by the way, the 39-millimeter version. And it was in, just to make sure, it was in stainless steel. Whereas this 300-meter kind of diver version of it is 42 millimeters on the integrated bracelet. It does have a similar movement with a 5-day power reserve, but this bigger, chunkier case is not only for aesthetics, since it has 300 meters of water resistance. That is, of course, 4,350. So for that entry level, I think that is the competition. And technically speaking, each have something over the other. Certainly, the Alpina compared to the 39 blue dial version has more of a depth rating, but compared to both of them, it only has 38-hour power reserve, which seems to be quite meager for today's standards. That was Alpina. I wanted to also take a quick look at a new perpetual calendar release from Breguet. Classic design in pink gold. "39 millimeters in diameter with the extended teardrop lugs. The dial, as always, produced out of a gold blank, silvered, and engine turned by hand. They have a very interesting application of the moon phase, which seems quite realistic in its execution. Stainless steel hands, heat blued, and actually a very economical, if also asymmetric, expression of the calendar, which is quite legible when it comes to the date. An oversized sub dial at 6 o'clock for the pointer dates. It has smaller sub dials that make a Mickey Mouse in combination with that pointer date for the month on the right and the leap year on the left. And then at 10.5 o'clock, you have a fan-like scale for the month, which is, of course, a retrograde hand, snapping back to January at the beginning of the year. The piece is also available in white gold. And I believe in each instance, it is priced exorbitantly at 80,200. 45-hour power reserve. And the case thickness is a little over 9 millimeters. Let me see if there are any any more detailed pictures. The reference number is 7327, BR for the rose gold, BB for the white gold. And that's about it. I want to take a look at the new Voutilainen CSW cushion-shaped world timer. That is very fascinating. Of course, one of those pieces that are at quite a different price point, even compared to this fairly expensive Breguet timepiece. This is the new Voutilainen CSW that introduces a new and more modern case shape for Voutilainen. As you know, maybe we can pull very quickly. Here's an example. This is the classic case shape for Voutilainen with individually soldered teardrop lugs. The sportier version of those lugs are a little different. If we can see perhaps an example. As you can see, the sportier version of those individually soldered lugs on the round case are a little different, a little more angular, slightly different finished, whereas you have the perfect and elegant teardrop shape on the 28 or 28 classic. And now there is a third case shape, which is that of classic cushion with downturned stubby lugs and 4 functional screws on both the front and the back of the case with this 3 dots constellation, which is quite an interesting side symbol for the brand. Of course, you have that classic attention to detail inside and out, front and back when it comes to Kari Voutilainen. The dial engine turned by hand, made out of a silver blank and ruthenium plated to achieve this striking anthracite gray color. There's a wave-like motif at the center of the dial, which is not the classic vague do. It's a little different and certainly a little more blown up. That classic one is, however, used in 24 sectors to divide up both the 24-hour cities ring, but of course also the hour ring as well. The cities are a little different on this one compared to some of the more usual suspects that you see in other world time watches. Calgary, Dhaka, Karachi, Dubai, Istanbul, Motier, which happens to be where Kari Voutilainen's workshops are located, and Kemi, which I believe is the small Finnish town from which Kari Voutilainen originally comes from. Of course, you have the classic beak hands. That's just what I call them. That have distinct white gold and heat blued steel parts. Beautiful textured calfskin strap with contrast stitching, which beautifully catches on the silvery tones of the case. That stunning large balance wheel with a half bridge that reminds you more of a tourbillon than a simple time-only watch. Snailing on the ratchet and fine stripes on the bridge plates. Of course, the beveled edges on them as well. Interior angles by hand. All the countersinks in which rubies are placed or screws are mirror polished. And I believe this is a limited edition of 10 watches with all with the stainless steel cushion-shaped case. "60 hours of power reserve" at, again, 2.5 hertz, which of course gives you a very romantic view from the case back, since a large balance wheel combined with a lower beat rate has this sight of the balance spring as if it is slowly breathing in and out. So it's a beautiful, beautiful sight, and I think one of the interesting signatures of Kari Voutilainen and some other high horological makers as well. The devastating part, of course, is always the price point. Here, right under 200,000 in Swiss francs before you start calculating the taxes. "39 by 39 are the dimensions of this cushion-shaped case, and 12 millimeters of thickness. Really stunning watch with lots of hand-finished details and an exclusivity that is hardly matched elsewhere in anything resembling serial production. Of course, it's hard to call Kari Voutilainen's workshop as a workshop, as a manufacturer that makes serially produced watches. I have floated my theory before, as you know, and I'm sure someone will steal it soon enough because the 2 or 3 dedicated viewers of this channel happen to be very well placed elsewhere. But I believe Voutilainen's capture of Orban Jørgensen was specifically to strike this balance, preserving the exclusivity of his own brand, of his proper name, with very limited numbers of largely handmade watches, and using Urban Jorgensen perhaps to rival the likes of François Paul Journe in terms of having a manufacturer that can serially produce watches at some level where they can gain global distribution, even as it becomes a vehicle, of course, to transmit, promote, and propagate Kari Voutilainen's own name as well. And I'm not saying this cynically. At the end of the day, the modern revival of Urban Jorgensen, of course, owes a lot to Derek Pratt, of course, owes in part to Dr. Helmut Kott, but also to Kari Voutilainen, who was part of that manufacture, especially when it comes to the guilloche dials and certain design elements. It's hard not to see the parallels. It's not hard to see the transmissions and translations. So again, that's only my theory. It's not based on anything except my own gut feeling. But there goes nothing, as Americans love saying. This is the Kari Voutilainen CSW, which abbreviates cushion-shaped world timer. His new watch, which I believe is in a way even sportier than the sports versions of the 28. And I don't know, I like this case shape. It happens to be also something that reminds me of early Rolex Oyster waterproof cases, the kind of style that was supplied to Officine Panerai, of course, and something that is carried forward, I think, in the creations of brands like Laurent Ferrier as well, which make very fine, multi-layered and dressy versions of these, such as the Evergreen, which is something they just introduced in this forest green color. I used to be a little allergic to these hands, but I've gotten used to them since I had a chance to see them in person, the Assegai style. I really like the small seconds, but also the kind of multi-layered construction of the case, the onion-shaped crown sitting slightly inside the right flank. And of course, on the back, you have the micro rotor movement, which has a natural escapement inspired by Abraham Louis Breguet's original invention. These pieces, of course, are compared to what we were looking at just now, between the Breguet perpetual calendar and the Kari Voutilainen world timer, are a little more realistic, 47,500 Swiss francs before taxes. And as it happens on the secondary markets, they you can come by decent deals. I remember when the market was first crashing, um, there were a couple of Laurent Ferriers that were sold right around $25,000. Nowadays, um, it's hard to find them, although the classic origin in high polished titanium is, as you can see here, right around 26,600. That's a buy it now price, with the seller open to negotiation, a professional dealer out of United States. I don't even know who they are. This is the hand wound caliber, which is nothing to sneeze at, but not exactly what we were just looking at. Um, and there are a couple of examples of the cushion-shaped case too. Like this beautiful piece right here. The galet, like a pebble, as it were. And again, you see the fine elements of elegance that make that classic cushion-shaped case something that is much more refined. And I like that image of the pebble, right? Sometimes you find, I don't know, I'm still a kid in a way, but this was one of my favorite pastimes when I was a kid. I would go to the shore and just walk for hours and hours and chase after the perfectly polished pebbles. Um, and there's something beautiful about things that are shaped by the hand of God. You might call it nature, something else. As you know, I respect all um, belief systems and even lack of belief on this channel. So, by all means, but I feel there's something quite thought provoking in how this piece is even named, because it has, at least when you look at it full frontal, it has that butch appearance of the cushion shaped case, which does inspire this classic, waterproof um, watches like the Rolex Oyster, like the Panerai, uh, like even some of our favorite Seiko divers, right? Captain Willard, Turtle, and its kind of its derivatives. But here you have something that is a little more refined. JB, could I share my thoughts on the Cartier Santos Dumont skeleton from Watches and Wonders? That was actually unabashedly my favorite release by Cartier out of the Watches and Wonders. So this is 35,650 from a Japanese professional dealer on Chrono 24. Fixed price, no negotiation, but a beautiful piece. There are a few other dials also available on Chrono 24 if black is, well, too black for you. The reason I opened my Instagram is not only for shameless self promotion, but also because that was part of my Watches and Wonders coverage, JB, because I was so inspired when I saw those three skeleton pieces that they shared. And I think the stainless steel one is a decent deal too. This is what I wrote at the time, and um, I'm still standing by it. So my favorite Cartier novelty of 2023 is the Santos Dumont skeleton, and I'm not even a fan of open-worked skeletonized pieces. It's really one of those pieces where Cartier successfully straddles their savoir-faire in form and techniques, horology and design. That's just an extremely pretentious way of saying that these watches are both stunning to look at and horologically significant, technically significant. They have designed a new micro rotor caliber from scratch, which they call 9629 MC, 8 millimeters of thickness in all, not just the caliber, but the entire watch. 212 movements. This is the exploded view of the entire watch, here presented in yellow gold. And the movement, of course. And I think the design is very thoughtful because it gives you the main spring barrel, which can, basically a visual expression of the movement's power reserve, and the balance wheel. So main spring barrel at 1 o'clock, the balance wheel at 11, which can be something nice to look at. And of course, you have the micro rotor, which takes almost the center stage, right? Even the skeletonized bridges are kind of following along those circular lines that frame the micro rotor. And of course, there is kind of little replica, little miniature model plane, which kind of looks like Demoiselle Alberto Santos Dumont's plane. Very artful, and I certainly loved it. And look, I mean, the Santos always has a very unique charm, if you ask me, because it it has all the heritage that you can ask for from a wristwatch. I am a bigger fan of Santos Dumont than the sportier versions of the Santos, which have been much more popular. With the modularity of bracelet and rubber band and leather straps and everything. I know that's very desirable at this point, but to me, this is the way to go. Um, the yellow gold one is a limited edition, I believe, of 150 pieces, so might be difficult to acquire and possibly already sold out. I think the pink gold version is also um, available rather than being limited in any arbitrary sense, just like the stainless steel, which I believe is around $30,000. Again, not a cheap watch by any means. When you get to that segment, I was just showing you some great pieces by Laurent Ferrier. You can acquire something like that on the secondary market. It's a significant chunk of money. But if you say, hey, Laurent Ferrier also has been here as an independent brand for about 20 years, whereas Cartier has been around for a while, and Santos Dumont, having been invented by Louis Cartier for his friend in 1904 and released publicly in 1911, has been there for more than a century, and it keeps ticking. And perhaps more importantly, it was the first wristwatch for men designed that way in a native sense, right? It was not converted. It didn't have soldered lugs or whatever. From scratch, it was made to be worn on the wrist, because that's what Alberto Santos Dumont asked from his friend Louis. So again, I'm a huge fan of the Santos Dumont. I think it's a decent enough deal in steel at $30,000. I'm sure you can actually get it from the boutique, even though you might have to wait a little bit. But since it's unlimited, I'm sure they would be happy to sell it to you. But once you step into that price point on the secondary markets, you can get something like this right around $35,000. And horologically, this is just a little more interesting, if you ask me. But that's just me, right? Of course, Cartier has the strength of the brand, of the name, of the design, which is much more immediately recognizable, and of course, also just iconic in the best sense, that it just sticks. It just sticks. It etches itself in your mind. I've had that for more than a year now, the Type 20. The Type 20, I've had it for quite a while. It should be even at home, if that's what you're talking about. My newest watch is actually right here. This little bad boy. Yeah, there's certainly some Breguet revival inspiration in this, as you can see from the design of the case, but it has the touch of Gérald Jantat. But yeah, the Type 20 I had for a while now. Well, more than a year, but I guess that's literally a very short time when you think of it. But by the way, please hit the like button. Oh, yes. Yeah, as you guys know, I do my due diligence with my Patreon, sending to some of my the most loyal supporters, such as Corrado himself, great deals on watches. And today I shared Alpa XL with an 8-day power reserve. I'm not gonna give details of the watch, but we can quickly take a look at the pictures. The theme was big boy dress watches by Parmigiani Fleurier. So this was one of the options. There's a lot to like again. You can start with the extra large stainless steel case, which is 37.2 by 53. Of course, what I love most about shaped watches like this is when they have an exhibition case back that demonstrates the kind of horological ingenuity that went into it in terms of designing a properly formed movement. Here, of course, the bridge plates are wonderfully finished with rather shallow stripes with beveled edges, with hand-finished interior angles. A very unique design, of course, something between a rectangle and ellipse with characteristic shouldered lugs that you can also see on the Tonda. The applied Breguet numeral is a particular delight at 12 o'clock. There's a power reserve indicator for the full 8 days. Hebdomadaire, of course, means weekly in French, but I guess it's just like the Beatles song. There's 8 days a week. So that's actually the power reserve, blued alpha hands that are skeletonized, which usually is cringe to me, but somehow with this design, it just works. I love the two sectors that are in the form of kind of like crescents facing each other. A small seconds dial at 6 o'clock with a small aperture for the date as well. A very stylish piece. Nicely oversized, right? If you're a big boy and have been looking for the Art Deco watch for you, which is very hard to find. I have also in the past, by the way, curated big boy reverso stuff as well. So these will be some of the first videos to introduce the new YouTube membership, which I am going to actually start probably even before the end of the month. But maybe I should just put everything in line to start in July, and all the videos that expire are going to go slowly but surely, gradually from the Patreon exclusive to the YouTube membership as well. But yeah, this is a fantastic watch. I mean, look at that finish. I love how the fingered bridges kind of look like clouds from a little further away, like this. Beautiful, beautiful piece. All right. There's another piece that was just introduced. This is the Schwarz Etienne geometry, which uses the same caliber base as the watches that they collaborated on with Kari Voutilainen, the same micro rotor movements. there are a few elements of the watch that I absolutely love. And I guess you can say that this is itself a collaboration as well, because the dial was designed by Eric Giroux, who has done a lot of interesting things with MBNF, Max Büsse, and friends. There's this unique dial that is divided to 4 different sectors, and there are also 4 different finishes which take prominence in each distinct sector of the dial. Kind of a deconstructed presentation, which I guess is somehow brought together by the play of colors, by the consistency of the patterns used between the 4 various sectors, and of course the way that subsidiary dial for the seconds anchors the whole affair visually. As you guys know, I'm a sucker for a nice salmon or copper toned dial. That is the example. Salmon dial with like a dark gray to black minutes sector, as well as a sub dial, whereas the silver dial is like a two-tone silver with blue navy sub dial for the seconds. Both of these models are presented in a 39 millimeter stainless steel case, which is right around 11 millimeters in thickness. The finishing of that micro rotor caliber is a lot less elaborate than the Roma Synergy that was done in collaboration with Kari Voutilainen, which had both a dial and bridge plates finished in Voutilainen's workshops, whereas this piece not only has more austere bridge plates, I believe it is also I mean, look, again, I don't know, but there are no statements or expressions to the opposite, but this to me looks like CNC finish for the guilloche. It doesn't strike me as handwork. I don't think it's stamping either, but it doesn't strike me as hand cut kind of situation. I don't think it was engine turned by hand. So still, it looks good. I mean, it looks good from one more remove, but the point is that this is again a watch that is priced around $25,000, 23,490 plus plus tax, 100 pieces each in each dial configuration. The movement itself is very impressive. I can't deny that. I love micro rotor movements, but this is also at 3.5 hertz, 21,600 semi-oscillations per hour. It has 86 hours of power reserve, which of course is well over the contemporary standard for a lot of self-winding movements, and it is certainly almost double the average micro rotor caliber you see in the market. And that's not a coincidence, of course. Schwarz Etienne, over the years, especially in the past, had distinguished itself as a manufacturer of movements and other parts, but certainly in the recent years, through their collaborations especially, have put themselves on the map as a watchmaker as well. And this will put a further stamp on that recognizability, but it comes at a hefty price tag. Again, um, when you can find the Voutilainen collaborations on the secondary markets, for example, I mean, you don't even have to make too much efforts. There's so many different ones. There you go. Right, the two-tone dial, right at $25,000. The two-tone blue, right around 30. Without having to make a phone call and haggle, which is my favorite sport. Again, but this is the overinflated prices that you see at Chrono 24. And even then, you can basically snag one of these on the secondary market rather than going that route. And as I mentioned, these pieces they don't only carry the signature of Voutilainen, but also the kind of guilloche patterns and finishing that have become a visual element of his aesthetic, and also the same movements, in this case ennobled again by a finish that seemingly emanates from the balance wheel and decorates the bridge plates. I would look into these before I go for the new Schwarz Etienne piece, the geometry. I would be much more inclined to chase after a synergy on the secondary market. Hey, my man, how are you? Nice to see you. I love JJ. Thanks for sending Hideaki Akaiwa to us. I don't know what a beautiful watch art with polite, erudite watch description. I'll try to be less polite, but now we have another guest. Hida has been here before, um, because I believe he is Ali's colleague and friend as well, if I'm not mistaken. Please hit the like button, by the way, as we slowly but surely transitioning into the auction coverage. We're looking at in Eichen, Zurich, which, as you guys might know, is one of the first auction houses to deal with watches, and to this day, I remain dedicated to watches since 1973. Um, and they have this sort of disruptive model which foregoes buyer's premiums. And they usually have two types of auctions: timed pieces, usually. There are some new additions. Let's take a look. I have taken a look about half a dozen of these. Look, there's a nice Parmigiani Fleurier here. The Ionica is basically the core of what became Kalpa. Kalpa is perhaps a more streamlined, futuristic, or simply contemporary version of the Ionica, which is a dressier piece. And you can see that both with the guilloche decoration of the dial, which is in the brand's signature grain d'orge or barley corn pattern. There's that double-stepped case with both levels of the bezel finished with traditional fluting, whereas, of course, the Kalpa was much more, much blockier in a way, much more streamlined, and with those shouldered lugs that both extended and perhaps also slightly modernized the case. This is also a stunning watch, though, and has, as you can see, the same movement in the back with the 8-day power reserve. And these timed auctions usually have a fixed price as well, which is basically a buy it now option where you can end the bidding at any point in time. With about 2 days to go, this piece stands at $14,500, for example, but there's also the fixed price, 21,200, which can end the auction at any point. But anyhow, we had gone through these first 6 pieces, with the 25,730 being another interesting piece, the Royal Oak Dual Time in the reduced size case. But in the meantime, they had added another 6 pieces, which seem to be heavy hitters in so many ways. Where should I start? I will start with the A series Royal Oak, the original Jumbo, 5402. A series means this is one of the first 2000 Royal Oaks ever produced after they have been designed in the beginning of the 70s and introduced in 1972. Look at that old school clasp. And of course, the classic dial with the applied initials logo at 6 o'clock and the old school font for Audemars Piguet automatic at 12 o'clock. This piece has not yet attracted any bids. It has a fixed price of 89,200, which seems a little steep, but again, it is, it's there to end the auction in a quote unquote sudden death kind of situation. So it seems fair for it to be a little higher. The bracelets probably needs some restoration. And I don't know. I mean, these things have kind of calmed down. You know, that it would be an absolute steal to find it in 5 digits. You know, in the first 3-4 months of last year. Nowadays, it seems like everyone is happy to sit on their hands and see how things go. Of course, there are more than 9 days to go, and the bidding starts at 44,600. Hey, Jeff Lane, thank you. Pavel says, Lord can soothingly talk a punter into almost anything. Hey, I try. Hey, thank you, Ali. Nice to see you here too. Um, Again, no disrespect. I try to start at 8 because things can get quite late after that, so I don't want to Ron the actuary. I'm I'm happy to see the change in professions, Ron. Now you don't have to worry too much about people obsessing about your profession, even as you dole out, uh, you know, armchair psychoanalysis on any random person you see online. But you do you, girl. It's still Pride Month, so please be my guest here. Make yourself comfortable. MCM, nice to see you as well. And the game has changed indeed. There's a beautiful Octa calendrier, which is FP Journe's take on the annual calendar with a retrograde date hand. You can see the signature dial bolted on the white gold background, you know, the primary dial. The date is actually indicated on a crescent shaped scale that is turned towards the side of the crown, which has a beautiful knurled grip. And there are the two fine openings for the day and the month as well. Of course, there is that guilloche Claude Paris detail at the center of the dial for the hour and minutes as well. This is the old school 38 millimeter sizing, which of course should be quite attractive in its own right. The movement, however, is fashioned out of 18 karat pink gold for the most part, base plates and bridge plates and all, and complemented with a full 22 karat gold rotor that is deployed slightly off center. This particular piece I think comes with the original box and papers, which is pictured here. No. To be homophobic, you have to wait until the end of the Pride Month, Ron. But that is not allowed on this channel, so you'll have to troll elsewhere for that. Nice to see you finishing. Ron, unfortunately, having not been raised right by his parents, I don't think he can do that. But thanks for the advice for him. Maybe he will learn one day. If you keep telling him, maybe one day. This piece is, in a way, delusionally priced, but who knows? If Jaune pieces tend to go for rather exorbitant prices, especially when they are rare, especially when they are so desirable. They seem to defy the changes in the market, the downturn, the correction, whatever you want to call it. I think we can otherwise speak of a crash. Journe watches have not only defied that phenomenon, but they have actually continued to ascend in terms of their pricing. And this particular piece has a starting bid that already crossed into the six figures, even though there are no bids yet. That is $100,350. And there's also a fixed price that will set you back almost $250,000, specifically $234,100. There are about 9 days to go, so still plenty of time for bids to come trickling in. I've never heard of this RDM edition thing about Jean. I have to learn more, I guess. I have to. I don't know. Someone has to tell me. I mean, I guess the black dial can be black label. Oh, to not like you would be an understatement. I don't know what an RDM edition is, to be honest. People who know a little more of the FB Jaune Arcana, please feel free to chime in. Feel free to help me in the chat. But I love the Octa in this classic layout with the power reserve at around 8 o'clock, full 5 days, of course, which when it was introduced was the first for a self-winding movement, oversize 2-digit date expression at 10 o'clock, and a black dial with pink gold detailing. I believe this is a lacquered finish on the dial. It certainly seems like still they have worked on a pink gold blank, but I might be wrong as well because I didn't get what is meant by RDM edition. And unfortunately, there's no lot essay to speak of. But this is certainly an interesting piece for the Octa Réserve de Marche by FB Jaune. The starting bid is 89,200 and the fixed price right above 200,000, 200,650 in US dollars, with about 9 days to go until closing. Again, if any of you knows what the RDM edition is, let me know. I mean, RDM can be just réserve de marche, I guess. I get that, but I believe this is just a black label version, and black label is the versions of FP Journe which are offered to collectors who have already bought a watch from an FP Journe boutique. And at least the urban legend goes that since they are produced in such limited quantities, with about 2 examples of each model allocated to each boutique, of which there are still 10. I think the 11th one is going to open quite soon in London. The story is that these pieces are actually personally evaluated, personally inspected by François-Paul Journe before they leave the manufacturer. If we are talking about a black label version here, which I think is the case, I can't make any other sense of this particular moniker here. Sorry. I would have loved to say technical difficulties, but that's just my personal incompetence. What was once the entry level FP Journe Chronometre Bleu, as you probably already know, they have become the most desirable, the most aspirational Journe piece. As far as I know, they don't even put you on a waiting list for these anymore unless you have already bought a few pieces from them. I think 3 is specifically the number. This particular ink blue dial is quite desirable. You can find a similar shade in the blue dials of the Vacheron Constantin overseas, which is not a coincidence because Vacheron Constantin is actually a stakeholder in the dial maker of François-Paul Journe, les Quatronnières de Genève, and the Vacheron Constantin overseas dials are made there, and obviously so are the Chronometre Bleu dials. It's the most minimalistic, in a way, of regular production chronometre series. Not only does it have a slightly more compact case in 39 millimeters tantalum, it also forgoes the power reserve indicator. There's, of course, the limited edition, I think 2 runs of 28 pieces for the Holland and Holland chronometer, which is made in stainless steel and with a Damascus steel dial made from actual barrels of antique Holland and Holland rifles. But since they are so limited, it's hard to really use them as a counterexample. I guess Chronometre Bleu is still the most distilled and simplified, if not necessarily simplistic, expression of FP Journe's horological vision. It does have those lovely stylized Arabic numerals for the hours, which are not cut out, which I hope JB will appreciate, but minimized when it crosses paths with that off-center small seconds dial. And there is a lovely railroad track, which is a nice tip of the hat for vintage horological design for the minutes. The gunmetal gray tones of tantalum, which is a relatively unique material in terms of case construction, even though Audemars Piguet has been using the material for especially their Royal Oaks, but other designs as well, since early 90s at least. But the popularity of the metal has certainly skyrocketed ever since Chronometre Bleu became an entire hype. And more recently, for example, H. Mose, a company, has introduced a very beautiful abyssal blue enamel dial perpetual calendar with a tantalum case, once again using it to complement the slight blue hues of the largely gunmetal gray tantalum case with the enamel dial. In this case, you have that kind of ink blue main dial and a sunburst finish on the subsidiary dial, which plays well with the tantalum case, which comes in a high polish. And you have, once again, an 18 karat pink gold movement, or a movement largely fashioned out of 18 karat pink gold with base plate and bridge plates out of the pink gold. And you can see various finishes, including Geneva stripes on the plates, perlage on some parts of the base plate, which is complemented with a barley corn pattern as well, where you have the signature of Chrono Bleu Sevran on that plate as well. The double-sided alligator strap, which is a house classic for FP Journe, with smaller scales used for the lining inside and the larger scales on the outside. Presentation case and the outer packaging, as well as the original papers and booklets. The starting bid was 44,600. The bidding has already gone up to 66,900. So very quickly approaching the market value of this piece, which hovers still around $75,000, if not a little more. There's no buyer's premium, as is the tradition with FP Journe, and the fixed price here, which can end the auction at any minute, is 122,650 with about 9 days to go. I don't think they allow people my age to strip anymore, Meech. You're certainly lying. Actually, if he angers me, I might speak French. That's when it comes out. Yeah, I mean, so I guessed, but what the hell does it mean, RDM edition? I guess they wanted to somehow emphasize the black dial because it is rare, because it is reserved for the black label, boutique exclusive and such. I guess. Mike the Snake, nice to see you, man. This is a stunning piece. Wow. They have not really provided the reference number, but I'm guessing this is 25820 since it's from around 2000 and all steel, even though the this particular picture might trick you into thinking maybe it's titanium combined with steel or something, but this is more like it. All stainless steel with the traditional tapisserie dial, petite tapisserie with the fine squares, taking part in that Jaraganta signature interplay of geometric shapes. Um, the dial decked with squares, the bezel octagonal, the streamlined tonneau case with uh, multifaceted finishing in the contrast of mirror polished surfaces with grain brushed ones. And of course, you also have the white gold bolts, 8 of them, all in the shapes of the hexagon. The 4 subdials are perfectly balanced, with the one at 6 serving as a moon phase indicator and carrying the signature of the brand. At 3 o'clock, you have the pointer dates. At 9 o'clock, the weekday indicator. And at 12, you have the months encircling, surrounding the leap year as well. This is a unique shade of blue, which has been traditionally associated with the French painter, the painter from Nice, Yves Klein, who has actually done a lot of interesting monochromatic works over the course of his career, but certainly after a certain point has almost um, he almost became obsessed with this blue. It shouldn't really surprise from the way that the sky meets the sea at Nice. He had plenty of inspiration. Here's a view of that JLC 920 based movement. Of course, traditionally, the perpetual calendar module sits on top of the movement and is therefore on the dial side. So what you see from the back when it comes to a Royal Oak perpetual calendar, for example, would not be so different from, say, a jumbo, which builds on the same base, 2121. Here, the movement is called 2120/2802, the perpetual calendar version, with the 2120 being the version of the two-hander JLC movement without the date, if I'm not mistaken, off the top of my head. Once again, this piece carries a rather hefty price tag. The fixed price sitting right around $250,000 US dollars, 245,250, and the starting bid, which hasn't been triggered yet, is 111,500. Of course, there are about 9 days to go, so plenty of time to get in on the action. Of course, now no buyer's premium. As you can see, the oscillating weight, the full rotor has been skeletonized to put the initials of the founding families in sharp relief here in Gothic font AP, and it's also been supplemented by that additional 21 karat gold weight, beautifully decorated. And this piece actually carries number 222. Interesting detail there. With the certificate of, with the archival extracts. Accompanying the piece. Hey, Ozzy.
G'day. Looking at my favorite topic right now, AP.
except you were clamoring apparently in the chat for it's time for a Cornstar stream.
Yeah, I know. Apparently Meech has shuffled off, so we won't be hijacking it right now. We can talk about APs.
Yeah, what's going on? What's going on? Tell me more. Tell me more. Did you actually snag it, or did they offer it to you?
That was actually just a pre-owned, because I mean the AP boutique, like they can't be bothered like letting people try on even their soft stuff, so I have to go to the pre-owned to actually tell how big a offshore diver really is.
Can we look at that picture? Would that be okay?
Yeah, go ahead. Basically, the path to a Royal Oak these days is 1 or 2 codes or offshore divers, or one of each, and then you get the RO. Now, I think depending on your relationship building, you could get it after 1. 0 is going to be a stretch.
A jumbo? You can get a Royal Oak?
No. Just an RO. A jumbo is like that's going to be your second RO at best. Second Royal Oak, maybe. That one there was very nice. It reminded me of, so I was talking to someone who's quite familiar with Patek and AP, and he said, like, in terms of servicing, the Royal Oak is a real pain in the ass compared to Patek. Like, I just assumed, like, Patek would be just as bad or worse, but he says it comes down to the Royal Oak. Those white gold screws are particularly almost disposable. Like, you torque them down once, you open up for servicing, you need to get those white screws again. Yeah, so the pre-owned section over at Buchera, they've got a couple of APs, including this offshore diver. Now, they've got some 15510s, but I want to see what is more realistic in terms of being able to acquire.
Well, I don't know, man. This is a little big. With all due respect, I have a similarly sized.
But isn't that like saying, oh, the Panerai looks a little big? It's like, yeah, it's gonna be big. And it's gonna be big.
I know. We talked about this a little bit in the sense that, I mean, I'm completely inhabiting the same level of frequency as you. I think certain watches are made to be a certain size. So for me, 41 millimeter Calatrava or 42, I'm sure they will come, is a contradiction in terms, just as a 40 millimeter Panerai looks like something else, if not necessarily, I can't make a stronger statement because I love Panerai watches, but I don't have that sort of emotional and nerdy connection to them. So I don't have such a strong statement to make. But when it comes to, but there is sometimes, too big is too big. I mean, if Panerai wasn't too big for me, I would have bought one so far because I love it. But I'm not going
go
to
to the full body shot again. I don't think anyone would assume anything other than me wearing an Invicta.
That is very important. I mean, in the sense that, again, I have also said many things about this. Like, as much as I value, especially for this channel as a platform, to provide wrist rolls and wrist shots, they're not necessarily the most realistic depiction of how a watch looks on your wrist in real life. By all means, yeah, it looks fine. On you, it looks fine. On the wrist roll, it looks comically large.
I even do like a profile shot. You during the wrist roll, you could see down the barrel. It's like, woof. Okay, I'm gonna deglove my hand if this ever gets caught on anything.
It's not meant to look small.
Wait. Okay, there's commentary. Wait.
Yeah,
wait,
I'm talking to my SA. She's great.
Yeah. Just stay silent. I want to hear this.
It's not meant to look small, right?
It is not. This is not a discrete piece.
Yeah.
It's I was just in some cold weather, I dipped in the pool. That's why it looks small. Man, I mean, again, I love the offshore diver as an aesthetic too, but for me personally, it's a big watch. It's too big.
Yeah, it is. I absolutely don't hate it, but I mean, it's pretty crazy big. That being said, I wear G-Shocks. Like, hey, here we go. Oh, I've got a G-Shock right now.
Let me see.
Oh, check this out. Check this
Nice.
out, guys. Like, I don't think I've actually shown this anywhere.
Speaking of this, check
G'day.
this out. Hi, this.
Hello,
How are you
hello.
doing?
Shalom, shalom lechem.
Shabbat shalom. How are you doing, man?
Shabbat shalom. I'm doing great. I just uploaded 2 videos to my channel. Things are going good. Good to see you, man.
So this is a special piece, actually. It's all black.
The G-Shock?
Yeah, but do you see on the let's see if we can get it to focus. Focus. There we go. Is it going to focus or not? Come on.
At some point, if it wants to.
Eventually. There we go.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
Do you see the inscriptions? So these are all the model numbers from inception to 2023. And then it says, what was it? Since 1983. This is the 40th anniversary.
Fucking nice, man.
40.
Fuck. Fuck me dead. That's fucking nice.
So this isn't a 1983 model reissue. This is, that was a square watch. DW 5600 does that justice just fine. But when I was growing up in high school, we had round G-Shock. So this is basically a G-Shock from around 1994 sort of time period, or 92 even, I think. And we had these round G-Shocks, but man, you've never seen loom like that. That's not just, a simple light. That's cool. And this, like the LCD quality on this is very, very high. And just, it's my 40th year. It's just nice to have something that's actually that. Now, if I was 60, I would have a Daytona and it would be a 60th anniversary, but I'm the next generation, so I have to settle for 40th being the G-Shock anniversary.
I love it. Thank you. I hate it so much.
You didn't wear G-Shocks as a kid? Come on.
No, I did not actually.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't have a calculator watch either. I had an obnoxious neon yellow Swatch diver.
Oh, okay.
I love that watch to bits.
But I mean, you know, Swatch was like a thing of the 80s, I think. It wasn't really a 90s thing. Wasn't
Yeah,
it?
I guess it was a little outmoded by the time I was wearing it. I don't
Yeah.
deny it, for sure.
No, I mean, I was wearing a G-Shock when I lived in Switzerland.
Nice. No, G-Shocks are, I mean, again, they're timeless, man. For one reason or another, they have become that kind of iconic item,
Yeah.
from John Mayer collaborating on his own versions to Nico Leonard, of course, classifying them as
God tier.
God tier.
God
Yeah,
tier.
yeah. I love Maldives as an interesting theory. He says, I blame square G-Shocks for the popularity of Nautilus and Aquanaut. Interesting take.
No,
I'll
That's a
take
good
look,
it.
one.
That's a hot take.
definitely the Cassie Oak warmed me into the Royal Oak. It did. Like, there was just a huge disconnect between me and the Royal Oak. Like, I just never saw what other people saw in it until I started wearing a whole bunch of Cassie Oaks, and I started getting used to that sort of shape and idea, and it was less alien to me. And then I'm not going to say I love the Royal Oak right now, but, it's nice now. But before, I didn't even think about it. I just saw like that just looks weird is what I was thinking in the past.
Nice. A lot of G-Shock fans. All 29 says, I'm wearing my Atomic Solar G that looks similar. I got the same one for my brother who races yachts and needs the countdown timer. And Mike the Snake says, are there any G-Shocks? I love me some Jocks. Are there any G-Shocks that you like or at least tolerate? Look, I mean, I'm sure now that we are on a luxury watch channel, people probably read it as an elitism of some sort, but it really isn't. And it's not horological purism either. It's just since I was a kid, I never liked digital displays on watches. To me, that reminds me again from the time display on the microwave, on the oven. It just doesn't inspire me in any way. I would much rather get a quartz watch that has a traditional time display, like a Timex Weekender or something, than a G-Shock. But that's just me, and it's a purely aesthetic preference at the end of the day.
Yeah, so I agree. So like most of my watches as a kid were quartz analog watches because I just liked the hands more than I liked like tiny little digits. You know what I mean? I feel that I have a better concept of time when I have hands as opposed to just numbers, which could represent anything. That being said, I definitely did have G-Shocks. So, and when I had them, I really loved them. But if I didn't have a G-Shock, it would be some cheaper. But the thing is, the G-Shocks lasted. All those other, shitty analog quartz watches that, had the hands and everything, none of them lasted long enough to make an impression. They'd probably last like a year. None of them were built like a G-Shock to last that long. So like I'd put on a G-Shock. I think I had one from like year 8 or something like that in high school. I think I had that right up until I graduated. You know what I mean? But I had other watches prior to that they were all just broken. Eventually they all broke, they all ran out of battery, but a G-Shock, it had survived and it had the battery life. And so that meant it stayed on my person.
That's a fair point. I mean, I had a few Timex Weekenders at once for a certain period, my later teenage years. And they lasted me usually about 3, sometimes 5 years without the battery change. But again, I'm not gonna put them side by side with Casio for durability in all senses of the word. I mean, Timex Weekender by design is a disposable watch, and not not durable in any way. I mean, the crystals on those, I don't know, were they actually glass of some sort still? Like it feels almost very fragile to me overall. So
Timex was not a popular brand with me growing up, honestly. Like,
No?
it was either fashion watches or a Casio Baby G or a G-Shock. Someone mentions John D mentions the GBX 100, the G-Lide. That's one Casio that I don't have that I really love. And I'm not just sort of like clamoring for Casios all day and night or something. Like, there aren't many watches on my list, but the Casio, the GBX 100, I do like that. And then there's another one, part of their vintage line, that has a Milanese bracelet, and I just love it. I can't get enough of it, but I just can't pull the trigger on it. It just seems like a huge waste of money. Like, I just don't need more watches, but I really love the look of it. Let me see if I can find it. Oh yeah, here we go.
Hey, unrelated matter, Ozzy. The lighting in your room looks like natural.
Well, it's just because I've got half of the lights behind me and another half actually in front of me, so I'm getting a lot of like hair glow type stuff. It looks good. It looks interesting.
Yeah, it looks great. Yeah.
Oh, and yeah, in terms of professionalism, I got this tip. Like, lighting's expensive and complicated usually.
let me see if I can play around with this.
You just get these, man.
Oh, nice. Very basic.
Yeah, these $5 each. And then what I do is they've got... Yeah, those are just like $5 each. Like, you buy them from Amazon, like they're delivered for like $7. And you can put, quite a few of them around and they clamp onto anything, so you don't need a stand and stuff. But for convenience, I use smart bulbs. So I go, Alexa, set webcam to 1%.
Yeah.
So I can adjust it a little bit, and if I'm like, the thing is, I do a lot of remote work and conferencing, so I need to be able to jump on something quick, and I don't need more switches and gadgets and stuff. So just having it on
Yes.
Control is really nice. Alexa, turn on webcam. And I can also change the tone of the light. So these aren't color changing. I don't need that sort of crazy stuff, but sometimes you want it to look cooler versus not. So I typically have it on this sort of daylight setting where it sort of looks like, bright light, not warm. So yeah, this is a legendary watch. This is beautiful. But I think they at some point, like, they've changed the title, but this was fashioned, being titled as a lady's watch. I'm like, come on, man, just because it's small doesn't make it a lady's watch. But I just love the bracelet on this. That's just so cool.
Wait, can you tell that one more time so that
Meech
Mitch can hear it?
No, I think Meech is in a club right now. He won't hear this. But this is beautiful. It's so beautiful. I love the warmth of the LCD back. It's sort of like a little hint of tinge. So this just the straight up and down, no reservations about its look. It's a digital gold watch. It's really that simple, It's channeling a lot of energy, this watch.
More energy.
Lots of energy.
Come
Big
on,
gold Japanese watch. That's what
Come
I'm
on.
come on, get down.
To the chopper. Get to the chopper.
I'm still waiting for there's that one video. Hopefully eventually I'm gonna turn that into a series, real men, real watches, or real people, real watches. That one video I did with my friend from Haifa, who was talking about his Hoya Monaco. You remember that video disc?
Of course I do.
He has an Arnie as well, and the funny thing is his locker in the cigar lounge happens to be next to Arnold Schwarzenegger's own locker. So
Oh,
I have the chance to kind of like, do a close up on that locker and then have him talk about his Seiko Arnie, but he hasn't brought it in for a while now. So I'll look forward to that, because that was his that was the watch he wore in the IDF.
that's the watch I wore in the IDF.
Exactly. You see.
Sorry, it doesn't focus, but you get the idea. Look at this beautiful, beautiful piece of creation. Wait, I'll put it on my wrist. I'll wrist it right now.
Quick wristwatch check.
Check. Oh man.
I was worried about doing that on the offshore diver today. I was like, it's like this strap and this watch is so big and clumsy.
This watch has been through fucking war, man. It can take anything.
King Conan, yeah.
3 fucking wars.
Calm. I never prayed to you before. I have no time for it.
Oh man, I love Conan.
Me too.
You know, Conan's the best
Wait,
script
don't-
Arnie's ever done by far.
People, since we are in the post-ironic kind of age, when I tell people, man, I love Schwarzenegger, people think I'm trying to be funny, and I actually unironically love the man, love the movies.
Me too,
Same
man.
thing
He's fucking amazing.
No.
He's donating to all kinds of shit. He's also activist for good things. He's a fucking amazing human being, and he's a self-made man. He's the American dream come true.
He definitely is the American dream, that's for sure. But Conan's a very special movie. The people involved in that are 3 of the biggest people that I admire within Hollywood by far. You got John Milius, the man's man, carrying a 6-shooter in the office in Hollywood, in Beverly Hills. You got Oliver Stone, who's just a titan of a human being, and then Arnold Schwarzenegger, a literal titan. So,
by the way, speaking of which, I have just met, literally on Wednesday, Cassandra Gaviola, Cassandra Gava, who is the witch in Conan.
wow. She was a little old in that. How old is she now?
Look at
we
this.
don't talk about a woman's age. Yeah, she's up there. She's up there.
That's beautiful, huh?
Yeah, it really is. It's a special watch, Arnie. It's a strange beast, but with everything I said about watches.
Oh no, she's not that old. I'm sorry.
But the funny thing is, I mean, we are in Southern California, so actors are everywhere.
Mhm.
And some of them just strike you as normal people. And not only because they might be humble and they might act normal, and because they're out of their element. They can seem like normal people and still be assholes. That's what I mean, basically, in so many words. But they're also actors you sometimes see, and there's something special about them. Like, there's a kind of aura almost, right? You remember that Charlie Murphy story about Rick James? He had this aura glow around him. Some movie stars, whether they are big names or not, have that sort of stardust or something. It's like they have something very natural and flowing and charming going on about them, and you can see how they have made it, at least to a certain level. By the way, a lot of nice people that I didn't specifically welcome, so I do want to extend them a welcome. John D, of course, Whiskey Reaper, MCM, my Lebanese friend, Phoenician Cedar,
Kif Khalak.
Mahabtain, Truth Over Facts, whose handle is my absolute favorite. It's so great. Truth Over Facts. I love that.
Man, she would have only been 22, 23 in Conan the Barbarian, but in that movie, she looks like she's senior of Schwarzenegger, which it
Yeah, I
just blows
mean,
me away. They
the
lighting
things
and
they can do in a makeup department.
yeah, I know.
Uh,
Like in that movie, I mean, I loved the scene and everything, but I mean, it looked like an older woman trying to play a younger woman, but she was just genuinely younger woman with some pretty heavy makeup, I'm guessing. They just went overboard. But I do love like Conan. Like, if you want to talk about sort of like movies that are woke or whatever, I mean, Conan's ass gets saved multiple times by women in that movie. He may have the muscles, but he's not the one doing the saving most of the time in that movie. The one girl he does try to save, I think she kills herself.
all 29 says, I gotta hit the hay. Behave. What? A Whiskey Reaper, behave. Hope you're well. This, congrats on the shirts. Lord, you know how I feel. I don't actually know how you feel, all, but I love you too. And everyone else, peace with a dove.
Goodbye, all 29. See you again.
Trooper.
I've been watching Star Wars with my
Welcome.
son.
Oh yeah, tell me about that. One of my favorite YouTube videos or meme videos of all time is this little kid who sees that famous scene for the first time. Search your feelings, you know it to be true. I am your father.
Well, we're
And
watching
he-
Empire at the moment.
He turns,
Lord.
he turns to his father's face. I don't even remember how I reacted to that shit. I was so little when I first watched it. Even though, of
I
course,
was
it
I was
wasn't
pretty
huge.
small, but it was an interesting experience because it was on network TV. So the kids were talking about it the next day. So that's how we all got to experience it together. And if I recall, like they did the trilogy, but they did it over like 3 weekend nights. So it was like 3 weeks. Everyone was talking about R2D2 and stuff like that. So yeah, that's cool. Although I remember at the talking about like sci-fi that was played on TV, V had a bigger impact, I think. Like V was awesome. That miniseries with the aliens, well, the humans that look human but they're not human. They're aliens.
Well, I think for me, Star Wars was important for a lot of different ways, but it was also one of the early occasions when I realized that I'm fucking weird, compared to everyone else, because everyone was basically rebel scum, and I was like, this
Let's go
Empire
for
shit is
Empire.
pretty cool.
Yeah.
And I was especially outraged, like, also I guess I'm giving a lot of cannon fodder to Ron the actuary here, but for me, of course, having lost my father at a young age, imagine if my father came back. I don't give a shit, if he's evil or is running some sort of evil corporation or empire. Of course I would join him. Like, what the fuck? Like, you go after some random woman who has been nice to you, just
Yeah,
because of that, you join a rebel alliance and
I
betray
think
your own family.
I think one of the things that was very like big as a kid was like the Force and the good side and the dark side. It was a very big idea and concept. However, as an adult, it doesn't seem that interesting. Like, it's like, oh, don't you strike me down with hate and you'll forever be my servant on the dark side. I'm like, I can be the good guy and kill some bad guys. That's easy. That's easy. I don't need hate in my heart to kill some bad guys. It's just such a weird sort of way to frame it. But I think they did a good job in the prequel trilogy of fleshing out some of those ideas from the perspective of Oh, a Jedi isn't meant to have any feelings at all. I get it. Okay, these guys are just full on buzzkills.
Yeah, I look. I mean, I guess I'm just a Lucas fanboy because I'm one of those weird creatures who prefer the prequel trilogy to
No.
to the sequel, not the
To the sequel
original.
trilogy? Yeah, sequel trilogy is garbage, but the prequel trilogy still has no redemption.
No,
I mean, if you look at it on paper, a lot of it is good. Okay, like if you do this analysis perspective of it, just watch the goddamn thing. You spend like half an hour with fucking Gungans. And Jar Jar Binks following everyone around is really quite awful.
yeah,
And then the
yeah.
sequels don't get better. Like it's like, oh, thank God they've effectively killed off Jar Jar. He appears nowhere. It didn't make it any better. You were just left with boredom after that.
Right. You would rather have Jar Jar at this point.
Yeah, I was like, just put Jar Jar back in on both of those sequels.
Look, to me, again, in retrospect, I have to say, going back and rewatching the movies, the original trilogy is not superseded for me.
Mhm.
It's much more rare where I sit down to actually watch from beginning to end any of the prequel movies, but there are some great scenes in them, some great dialogues, fascinating, like the choreography of lightsaber duels is unmatched, whether we are comparing it to the original or the sequels. I don't like that whole idea, it's just supposed to be raw kind of shit, because clearly that's just a cope, it's a way of masking the laziness of this new generation actors who just couldn't be bothered to train as hard as, Hayden Christensen or Ewan McGregor actually trained for the roles. Even Christopher Lee, who obviously needed, a stunt double, as well as Ian McDiarmid. You can see some of the scenes. The guy
I
tried.
think the fighting is more choreographed, but is lacking emotion. Like it's General Grievous. He's just doing whirlwinds
you chose the worst one. Like you chose the harshest.
But even say the fight between Obi-Wan and Darth Maul at the end of episode 1.
Yeah, that was a waste in a way.
Yeah, so
There was, I think the reason you may have talked about this, and I will ask you further. But to me, what was disappointing is there was actually a very nice build-up to it.
Yeah,
Especially after he handles Qui-Gon, you really expect something that is much more emotionally complex, but it ends very quickly.
right. Because we've also been introduced to the idea of having emotion as really the dark side and stuff like that, and he should have been channeling more energy from that perspective. He should have been, blind with rage. A Jedi Master blind with rage is what you should have seen. But we just saw more light show.
That's true. Though from an emotional perspective, even though it is relatively short, again, I do like the second duel between Count Dooku and Obi-Wan and Anakin. I think that's a decent one, both in terms of how he cares for Obi-Wan, in the aftermath of the duel, how he fights his own emotions, whether he should kill him or not. Of course, that kind of is difficult because Hayden Christensen is really a shit actor, with all due respect.
I watched Jumper recently. I thought that was a fun movie. I think it bombed, but it's got a great director, Doug Liman, I think. Let's see, Jumper. I'm pretty sure it's Doug Liman, who did like the Bourne films and
Okay.
you know, that Tom Cruise movie where it keeps resetting, tomorrow something or other. They kept changing the name of that movie. Come on, take lightning. So I'm a big fan of the Bourne films, and then what was it? Edge of Tomorrow. So Edge of Tomorrow is pretty awesome. I did love The Wall, and Mr. and Mrs. Smith, and yeah, The Bourne Identity and Go. Like Go's like a Rashomon sort of thing, but with a whole bunch of people who took a lot of drugs instead of samurai warriors.
You know, speaking of emotion again, I guess, you know, it's no coincidence that a lot of the better, you know, a lot of the more profound scenes usually involve one of the traditionally trained actors, like Ian McDiarmid, like Christopher Lee, like that space opera scene where he talks about, you ever hear of the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise? You know, it talks about his own teacher. There are moments in there, because I guess I watched it a million times, where even the inflections of Ian McDiarmid's voice, you can glean a lot, like, you know, that when
There's
about
definitely it
corruption
must
of
come
power.
with a lot of the force, where for some reason everyone who has any amount of you know, force power at all seems to talk about themselves in the third person for a significant amount of time. Like as soon as you're dealing with Jedis, you just assume they're always talking about themselves.
Hey guys, I'm sorry I'm overstreamed. I joined this with zeal, but now I am just spent. I gotta go to get some shut eye.
No worries,
That's,
man.
of course, man. Of course. Recharge. We'll see you in the next one, probably. But
Lord,
yes, guys, check out This's channel. He has just officially crossed 2.5 thousand. Major congratulations on that.
thank you so much. Thank you.
And he deserves your support. So I'm gonna send the link again in the chat. Please check out the channel and subscribe if you like. And same with Aussie. He has great analytical stuff, much better production quality than you can find on my channel for sure as well. So, which is not, I mean, it's a very low bar to cross, but I still think it's a worthy mention. So Aussie Expat watches as well. You know, that's, I found a chance.
We're all children of Archie, so you know we haven't achieved this zero edits, one shot, screaming rage fueled entertainment, but we try.
Well, I mean, you know, Archie is the OG for a reason. You know,
Yes.
He's you don't just copy that. You know, it has to come from a place deep within, or you end up like one of these clowns on YouTube. So, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's but
So
my son has been in. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
My son's also been
Let's
enjoying
continue
the
this
Star Wars J.J. Abrams movies. They seem to capture his imagination enough, or approachable enough.
So did he watch all 9? Let's say.
No, I'm not introducing him to the garbage. There's no.
But you did say he watched J.J. Abrams.
The whole 9? What do you mean?
I mean,
no. I'm talking about Star Trek.
Oh, Star Trek. Okay.
Yeah. No, he's not. We're not going to get into the sequel trilogy. Although, just because BB-8 exists, he might like that.
Okay.
Because in the video game, he's like, "Oh, look at that one. He's a ball." So he really enjoyed the video. So he actually, before watching the movies, he already knows all of it. Like he's played through the Skywalker saga on PlayStation, so it just copies the movies in terms of its plot point. So he already knows that Darth Vader is Luke Skywalker's father. before watching the movie. Like,
So he wasn't surprised in the same way that.
Well, we're watching Empire right now, but because the Empire is the most expensive of the Blu-rays, and I didn't even know he was going to get into it. I only purchased A New Hope and Return for like $2 each, and then he liked both. I'm like, oh, okay, I got to go out and buy Empire. Empire was like $12. It was an expensive one.
Love it. The guy
that's the stratification on the used market for these Blu-rays is
I love it.
Empire's $12, A New Hope and and Returns like $2, $2 to $3.
Well, it is the best. It is the best. I'm not gonna deny that, but I love the fact that you have basically the most desirable pieces from the contemporary Rolex catalog. You are trying to shoot for platinum Daytona, but $12 on a movie is too much.
Let me go get it. I'll go get it because it does look quite nice.
Of course, take your time. It's amazing. Yeah, Ozzy is in quite a dilemma for his next piece. Of course, it has a lot to do with the fact that he has already scratched basically all his itches from the contemporary Rolex catalog. So unless it's something really exceptional, like the Platinum Daytona, which seemed kind of within view for him, but his sales associate also retired and or moved on. So it's that relationship hit a snag. He has been chasing down some sales associates from Patek Philippe and Audemars Piguet boutiques as well. Yeah, but anyway, it's hard. It's hard out there. I don't know what is going to happen. Basil. Where's Basil? He was here. And Barry.
Okay,
Nice
back.
to see you both.
So I think these must have come in a box. I didn't pay these prices. Like, there was a vacuum seal. So these are the presentations for A New Hope and Return. And I believe all 9 movies are presented like this. And they look like they may have come in a box or something like that. And I didn't pay that. I paid like $2 to $3 for each one. But yeah, as I said, Empire, I couldn't find it in that setup. So people must have been just selling everything but Empire. But I found this steelbook version. So this looks pretty cool. Very, very cool. That being said, it's only a 1-disc version versus all of these, which are 2 discs, which, have all the extras and stuff like that. So I may have to buy another Empire just to get the special features. While I was out there, I did pick up like a movie that just hugely changed my mind about the movie and the director, and that is this one, Alexander Revisited, the final cut. This comes on 2 Blu-rays, and they're both the movie, as in it takes that long. So there's an intermission, you gotta go through. So the original movie, I think, was like under 2 hours or something like that, but it was a horrible movie. When I was looking forward to this so much when I was a kid, because I loved Scarface, I loved everything Oliver Stone did, including Conan the Barbarian. And right. I just wanted this so much because Colin Farrell I just loved at the time, and Oliver Stone I loved, and the subject matter, Alexander, was amazing. And it was just such a piece of crap. But this redeems everything, 100% redeems everything. It's no longer confusing, it's inspirational. Okay. And despite being 213 minutes, it didn't feel like that at all. It was awesome. Like the battles and everything is just incredible.
Well, it's also I haven't watched the original either, so I can't say much. But now that I'm looking over the cast, it's like
incredible.
A lot of heavyweights, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you look at this on paper, and it's like I want to see this. Oliver Stone doing a bio epic. Alexander, greatest of all time. You know, how does this go wrong? It's like, believe me, theatrical cut, it goes wrong. It's like, it's confusing and trivial, and it was really, really bad. This isn't just like, oh, we just threw in all the extra scenes and stuff like that. No, he really, he does the Oliver Stone thing where you go to the end of his life, you go back to the beginning, to the end, you know, and it chops it all up and brings it all into frame all the time, you know. So you're not just said, oh, you finally get to, oh, you know, halfway in the intermission, he finally becomes king or something like that, something trivial, you know, how any random, you know, idiot would have put together a movie. No, the movie starts with him, you know, showdowning with the emperor of not Syria, but anyway, you start like right in the middle of his life, and then it goes towards the end, and it goes back to the beginning, and you're seeing him with Aristotle and Hephaestion and stuff. Is just incredible. Yeah, very, very eye-opening, and you can see the point where he loses things. Now, he doesn't lose anything in his lifetime, but you could see it's like, how could you lead again after doing something like that? Like, you lose trust of people, and that's one of the main things that was very important. It showed the difference between, say, authoritarians and true leaders, that at some point, if you decide to use that hammer of the authoritarian, you'll never get back the trust that you need to be a leader again.
That's a difficult lesson to learn. Very humbling.
Yeah. Very, very interesting. Very interesting person. Great performances. Including, you know, weird choice, I guess, but Angelina Jolie is his mother. But hey, his dad is Val Kilmer. It doesn't get better than that. That's awesome.
That's right.
Yeah, just an absolutely incredible cast. So yeah, Anthony Hopkins. I mean, how do you get all of these amazing actors in one movie and then put them on screen for 213 minutes and not be great? It's like, no, it is great. It's fantastic. But you try to squeeze all of that greatness into like 90 minutes, it just fucking falls apart. That's the lesson.
So Val Kilmer is Philip
Yeah,
the
his
second.
dad. Yeah, so there's a lot of scenes
Philip
of
the
him
Macedon.
teaching his son what it means to be king. And he's not a good dad, you know what I mean? As in, he's a drunk. But, you know, he has his demons, you know what I mean? That's the thing. You know, he still was Alexander's father, you know?
Nice. I should watch this at some point.
Yeah. The real trick is like getting, like, you got to get on Blu-ray, basically. I don't know if you can get on the thing. Another movie that blew me away, Chappie. This is fucking funny. This is really
What
good.
is that?
So it's about a robot that becomes, you know, self-aware, but it's being raised by like this South African criminals,
Okay.
hip hop artists / criminals. So he learns his sensibilities from them. It's pretty awesome.
Amazing.
Yeah, I put this like really high up. It sounds really silly and fun, but they touch upon like some really, really serious topics, and the performances are good, not super good.
Like robots gaining consciousness seems pretty topical, I guess.
Exactly, it is a little bit more topical, but the performances are very, very good, and it's just so unique. Like the main aspect is like, when I saw this, I started watching. Wait, I know these people. This is just a hip hop band in South Africa, and they're just playing themselves in the movie. Okay, it's like, what? How does this happen? Like, you have an entire feature film, and the main actors are just playing themselves. I mean, it's just wild. And these are people that no one's ever heard of, so it's just completely wild.
I have to say also, I do like Val Kilmer, even in Batman Forever, which was otherwise a pretty bad movie. he was probably the best part of it as Batman.
I loved him as Batman. He was good. He was good. But has Val Kilmer been in anything like truly bad? Like I remember he was the bad guy in, how was it, like Mojo? It was basically Austin Powers, but with a black guy.
I haven't even watched that movie. I've watched
It was
Austin
Undercover
Powers.
Brother, I think it was.
The I mean the Doors movie was good. I think Val Kilmer was the lead on that, if I'm not mistaken.
It was extremely good, and he did the actual songs. He did the vocals. It was him. So amazing, absolutely amazing. So
That
I
is
watched that
amazing.
recently with my wife. Yeah, that I think that's another long one from Oliver Stone, but it does not drag in any way. It's just an incredible joy to watch that movie, and the concerts and the craziness and the drugs and the alcohol is just it's incredible.
Yeah, I don't remember a movie where I didn't like him, even though again, I think Batman Forever was, quite bad, but not because of him, for sure.
Oh, no. So it wasn't Undercover Brother. It was MacGruber, which is like a MacGyver
Okay.
parody. That's one of the best comedies ever, MacGruber. But I love Will Forte so much. Oh, interesting. Spartan. I mean, I'm a big fan of David Mamet. So I've never seen Spartan. So cool. Interesting.
That's another movie to watch.
Yeah. Let me
Can we
put that on my
stream it?
shortlist.
What is
So one of the things that Blu-ray has really helped in terms of my enjoyment of watching movies and just fucking couch potatoing, right? I mean, I'm not trying to elevate what I'm doing. I'm sitting down. Is that I'm no longer just a victim of like algorithmic garbage, what happens to be on the carousel of Netflix. You know what I mean? I get 15 minutes in and I'm bored and it's not interesting. It's not really, improving my life, But when I have Blu-rays, like I curate short lists of things I truly want to see and get recommendations on, then I actually have to buy the damn thing to see it and have it on my
Honestly,
shelf until I've watched it.
I know people would probably, on when you take a short-term view, you might think like, why spend so much money on this or that and that other movie where you can subscribe to one streaming service. But the way it has unfolded, actually, everyone has like 4-5 different streaming services, and they end up paying like, tons of money on a monthly basis. At the end of the day, I think in every household there is that conversation about there's nothing to watch because the algorithm exhausts itself at a certain point and traps you in those echo chambers, so to speak. um I don't know, man. I think ultimately that might be wise because there's no going back to the like copyright protection has become a thing, so there's no going back to where you would just type things into Google and you could find free streams like
Right, exactly. No,
in 5
yeah,
minutes.
I agree. Like I've gravitated towards convenience. So I used to pirate a lot. I used to have a lot of DVDs. Then I pirated a lot. Then I started using streaming a lot, as in I just tell my wife and ourselves, like, if there's something you want to watch and then you don't have the streaming service, just subscribe, go to account, unsubscribe, and watch what you want. It doesn't matter. Like, if we've got 5 concurrently running, I don't care. Just watch what you want. But eventually, like, there's a lot of things I can't watch, or even if I can find the streaming service, it sucked. So one of the directors that I'd love to really get into is he did Irreversible and Climax, Gaspar Noé. And I tried to watch his latest film, which was like this thing that followed this very demented, is that the right word for elderly? like their cognition is like wearing out.
I think demented as an
Dementia.
adjective means something a little different, but dementia is the
Dementia.
yeah.
Yeah, so they're both suffering from dementia, and I wanted to watch. I'm like, oh, that could be interesting. It's just this really fly in the wall, looking at this old couple and in the throes of dementia, and I had to subscribe to the service called not Tubi, Mubi or something like that. It's sort of like this art house streaming service, and I shit you not, it just stopped working 5 times, like. Throughout my experience trying to watch this movie, I'd sit down and then it would just stop working about 6 minutes in, and I couldn't get it started. And I'm like, oh fuck
wow.
this, and I'll come back, and then another 7 minutes I was able to watch, and it was a horrible experience.
That's so funny because the guy, the old man, is apparently Dario Argento, the
Yes,
famous
yeah.
Italian director of slashers.
Yeah.
Or giallo, as they call it, like the old school Italian horror movies, like the Suspiria, Profondo Rosso, Tenebrae. What else?
Yeah. The actors did really, really well. So Dario and Francois? Yeah.
Francois, yeah.
Really, really well. It's very much just like fly in the wall, very long takes, looking in their apartment, and you're just like, fuck, dude, like these people need help, but they don't want to move out of their apartment. It's like, oh God, it's not supernatural or anything. I don't recommend the film. Like, I like Gaspar Noé just because he's willing to try shit. It doesn't mean all his shit works. You know what I mean? So Climax is one of the best movies of all time. It's just, have you seen that?
No, I have not.
Okay.
I have not watched anything by Gaspar Noé, who apparently is Argentine of origin and
Yeah,
lives
I
in
think he
Paris.
spends a lot of time in France, basically. So I just classify him as French. Like, he's from Argentina, but my understanding is basically French.
I mean, he's
in
a
terms
French
of-
director, basically. You're right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So he came to like really big prominence with Irreversible, and that's like really heavy hitting movie. But Climax is just wild. Like the first 10 minutes of the movie is literally just high energy dancing. Just, I think it might even be long. I think about like the first 20 minutes is just dancing, and it's not a musical.
What is Irreversible about? Because I see it stars Monica Bellucci. So
Basically she gets raped.
Shit.
That's so she gets raped, and then a lot of things surrounding that. Perpetrator, revenge, avenging. Some hot bitch gets raped in somewhere in Paris.
Okay.
Oh, Ron's seen this. Okay, that's good. We've got another person in the house who's like Climax.
Mike the Snake says, question for Oz, if you gents don't mind, favorite David Mamet movie? What's your favorite David Mamet movie?
I have to get this right. So, because I keep confusing him for having written something that he didn't write. So that's very embarrassing.
Happens.
Yeah, it definitely does. Okay, what's he? Glengarry Glen Ross. Yeah, by far. So the other one that isn't written by him that I keep confusing the two is Death of a Salesman. But certainly Glengarry Glen Ross. I saw the movie first. Loved the movie. I mean, I saw Glengarry Glen Ross when I was literally a salesman back in like the... Geez, when was that? Late thousands. I was basically a salesman for software for banks, and it was interesting. I had a connection to it, and that and Death of the Salesman, they both came into my life at the same time. I did see a West End performance of Glengarry Glen Ross when I lived in London. That was
Okay.
really, really good. They had, who's the guy from 1980? No, it wasn't the guy from 1984. It was, it had like some really big English actors in that particular play.
Let's
It
see.
was
We
really,
can
really good. And one upcoming one who was playing Al Pacino's role, an Irish guy.
we can
Which
probably fish it out somewhere, from the internet. I'm sure. Let's see. Death of a Salesman, West End production. This is a more recent production, I think.
Yeah, I would have seen it around 2011, something like that. So a long time ago. But the Irish actor was in some horrible movies though. What was it? Shanghai Nights. Yeah, that's it. He was the bad guy in Shanghai Nights. But he's done other movies where it's like he actually has real acting chops. So who's that Irish actor? Come on. Aidan Gillen. Yeah, that's it. This guy. If you pull that on chat. So Aidan Gillen like really stole the show, but he was playing sort of like Al Pacino's character. And the other one was he starred in a Terry Gilliam movie, but I can't remember which Terry Gilliam movie. Yeah, Aiden's got a lot of credits, but I mean, no one will ever remember him. But he's very, very strong actor, but I just don't think he gets the roles that really feature him very well, I guess. Well,
Aidan
unless of
Gillen, you
course,
mean?
yeah, okay. Is this Game of Thrones? Well, I guess he's probably famous now if he's in Game of Thrones.
Yeah, he was also the guy that Bane kills at the very beginning in Dark Knight Rises.
Yeah. So I'm sure there's some Game of Thrones people like, okay, maybe he's good, maybe he's not. The mayor from The Wire. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he was in The Wire too. That's right. Well, I mean, it's so strange that, like, some of the best and most recognizable actors in the American scene are always from the UK, or from Ireland, generally classically trained. Yeah.
Well, I mean, like one of my favorites is Christian Bale, but he's like full method, so that's not really the same thing. I don't know when he decided to do that. I doubt he was like going full method acting when he was a child, you know.
I don't know, but I love the fact that when he was doing PR for Batman, he was still Bruce Wayne in many ways, because he wasn't speaking with this Welsh accent. I mean,
Right.
I mean, just randomly, I heard something with the Barbie just a few days ago, and Margot Robbie was speaking full on Australian, and I could barely like understand a word or something.
That's awesome. I loved how she did Tonya Harding. That was a good movie to make. That was a fun movie, and she did that well. Like, bringing a little bit of charm to a horrible person. Well, one thing
She's a decent actor. Don't take me wrong, but
yeah, for sure. The movie that really put clarity into my mind about which are really good actors and who's good is this one, I like 3:10 to Yuma, because this was the first time Russell Crowe and Christian Bale were in the same movie, and I'm like, wow, okay, we've got two of the heaviest hitters in terms of acting in the same movie, and it's in my favorite genre, westerns. I'm like, this is going to be so good. I'm like, yes. And then when I went to finally see it, I'm like, wow, Christian Bale is like, he's so bad compared to Russell Crowe. like in direct comparison to Russell Crowe, it's just easy to see that Christian Bale doesn't even come close. Like the amount of gravitas and just sheer awesomeness that is coming from Russell Crowe is amazing. While Christian Bale, he looks like he's acting in comparison.
Well, you know, Russell Crowe, I think, is just. I think that's an object lesson how alcoholism is bad. I mean, he's just such a great actor. You know, of course, Gladiator comes to everyone's minds, but it's really full of hits. I also loved. What was the name of that movie? I want to say The Water Carrier or something.
Oh, so I've definitely not seen anything like that.
The Water Diviner, I think.
Huh.
It's the one where it depicts basically the First World War, where he is in Gallipoli.
Mm-hmm. Oh wow! Okay.
Because he's one of the Anzacs.
Wow.
It's a pretty good movie, and
Wow.
that was his debut as a director too, by the way.
Wow. I had no idea he did a Gallipoli movie. I mean, Gallipoli, for some reason in Australia, is like a huge, huge event, like extremely revered story. As a kid, just like, yeah, like you're taught about Gallipoli and stuff like that, which is always kind of weird, actually. Like, there's a lot of countries around the world that like sing, like celebrate like some of their greatest defeats. And I'm just like, how does that happen? Like, why? Like, why would you? Like, why are we going on and on about Gallipoli? Yeah, we lost a lot of Australians there, but that was embarrassing.
No, I think from my viewpoint, and it's something that I learned from all the Australians I meet here, because apparently you guys are all in Southern California. I mean, except you, I guess you somehow ended up in Las Vegas, but we all know that's to stay close to Rolex authorized dealers. So you can come back to the homeland anytime you want, though. But the way they're telling me is basically it's a story in the evils of war. I mean, you know, how these people were sent to their death thousands of miles away from home, fighting a war that had nothing immediate to do with their own fate, with their own well-being, with their own communities and families.
Right. No, but this just seems like a mistake from the state perspective. Like, as it, like, why would they, you know, why is this being taught in schools? Because it certainly undermines the story of the state being good for people. And another big one in Australian mythos is the story of Waltzing Matilda, which is tantamount to being like Australians, you know, near national anthem. It's the national theme, really. And it's a story about like basically a bum evading the cops. And he ends up dying in the process because he jumps into like this thing called a billabong, which is just, you know, some sort of swamp or something like that. It's like, that's our national theme. That's who we look up to. It's like this bum just vagranting, stealing sheep and stuff. It's like, Jesus Christ.
You're funny. I don't know which one comes first. You know, it might be kind of like a chicken and egg dilemma, but also I know that a lot of people make the trek to Gallipoli like on an annual basis, because obviously the remains of the fallen, the graves, etc., are there. So I don't know whether it's because the mythology and memory of it is so, you know, thoroughly instilled in people in school, or because people find it so near and dear to their families.
Let me just jump back. Someone's made a comment. I want to grab something, but for Russell Crowe, my favorite roles that I have him in is the movies where he plays like middle-aged administrator. Those are his most powerful roles. So in particular, Michael Mann's The Insider. I love that so much. Him him bouncing off Al Pacino is just incredible. And Body of Lies, where he's playing against Leonardo DiCaprio. Both fantastic movies. And I just love, I don't know, for some reason, Russell Crowe takes this sort of middle-aged administrator role and just turns it into something just incredibly powerful.
Speaking, that reminds me of another. That reminds me of another method actor, Paul Pluta, middle-aged, middle class, overweight. Wasn't that his recurrent line at some point?
Let me go grab something. I'll be right back.
Of course. Sorry, guys. I don't usually do this, but I feel like I'm starving for some reason, so I'm gonna eat a date. Cheers. Trying to be healthy. I don't know. I was gonna post about this in the community, but maybe I should start asking it now. Should I go back down to fighting weight and try to challenge another YouTuber for a boxing match?
There we go. Master and Commander. Absolutely incredible movie. Just absolutely incredible. If you guys haven't seen Master and Commander, do yourself a favor. This movie hasn't aged, a single day since it was released, and not many people got to see it. I'm not sure if it was around the time of the scandals and stuff like that, and Russell Crowe falling out of favor. I think it was, and then the title Master and Commander sounded just so obnoxious. But absolutely incredible movie. Just it doesn't really get better than this. And this sits in its. Normally, I pull discs out of the holder and I throw them in a sleeve just so it doesn't take up as much space. But this one sits in my demo pile, so I keep the full package in the demo pile because the sound in this movie is just incredible. The sound of all of those cannons blasting and cannonballs hitting ships and just wrecking them is just. This is the best sound in any movie by far.
I don't know. I don't think it was something personal. I don't want to make some grand statement, but I think it might be about just that point in time. Maybe the subject matter was a little too weighty and it didn't have that sort of charm. Maybe it was at a point where people were perhaps moving away from that imperial narrative. I think right around the time of Brexit or post-Brexit, that movie could have been commercially more successful. But I think at that time,
hey man, the enemy is French. That's all you need to know. We can get behind that. That's all we really need to know. So in the book, apparently, the enemy was American. So they did change that up a little bit.
So you are not just joking. I didn't read the book at all.
No, I haven't either. I think I want to, but I know that this is actually for a huge series of books, and naval warfare is especially if it has the detail that was in this movie, it would be just fascinating. So I've got a few other books to finish, but Master and Commander, I might circle back to it eventually.
Oh, I'm seeing in Discord now that Meech is about to make a big mistake of his life. I mean, what a surprise. I guess that shouldn't really qualify as news, but this has reached a boiling point. He has gone to the Gentleman's Club with his Blue Z, and he says now, gave my Rolex away to the stripper. LOL. What a flex.
No.
Oh my God. That's one thing he's gonna regret. The funny thing is, before, famous last words, he had said before that, a bluesy man never has blue balls.
Another underrated film in my. Sorry, go ahead.
He doesn't have the bluesy anymore, so I guess he is going home.
Yeah. Another underrated one is this one, Wind Talkers. I'm a
Haven't
big
watched
fan of
that.
Nicolas Cage, and in this one he does a good job. And I really enjoy the presentation of war in Wind Talkers. Normally, war in a lot of other films is like the camera's like 3 inches from someone's face, and then there's someone off camera just throwing dirt into their face, and then the sound effects are just like boom, boom. But in Wind Talkers, you like see cameras like really far from the battlefield. You see the whole battlefield and explosions going off everywhere. Like you really get a proper sense of it. It isn't just shaky cam inside someone's face, like like. So yeah, John Woo is just a master of action films.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about Nicolas Cage. Honestly, it's not that I particularly hate him. I also don't find him extremely memorable in any of his roles. Like if you ask me which
What about Raising Arizona?
Face Off, maybe I like
Face
that
Off's
one.
really good. I got that one. Yeah, I got Face
And
Off.
I love both Travolta and Nicolas Cage in that.
The Rock.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if I actually. I mean that's like truly an ensemble cast.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, yeah, Nicolas Cage plays an important role in that ensemble, but I think there's just so much. I've just realized last time I watched that Dave Chappelle is in that movie. I'm like, what?
I think he is, but I mean, it hasn't been that long since I've actually rewatched that. But yeah, Con Air was good. Came out that time too. National Treasure was
Oh
excellent.
shit! Sorry. It's because of Nicolas Cage, of course, because he's in both movies. Chappelle is in Con Air, not The Rock. I always confuse these two movies for some reason in my mind. But yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't say everything that he does is good. I mean, that would be impossible. I mean, the first movie out of like that really disappointed me was Ghost Rider. Like, I felt that he really wanted that, really wanted to make it good. And part of it was shot in my city in Melbourne. So I saw like some of the sets for it actually.
Nice.
But man, that was not a good movie. And I think they made more than one.
Pardon me. Mike the Snake has a good comment here. Historical action films with Crow at that time of the Master and Commander were unfairly compared to Gladiator. Yeah, Gladiator was, I mean, that was a good movie.
Yeah.
You know, again, I think, you know, when you are far removed from it, you might once again think of it again, just like Conan. When someone says, "Oh man, I love that movie," unironically, I also love that. It was a very, very touching story as well.
I'm a little bit mixed on Gladiator actually, as in like rewatching it and it being like solidly good, because a lot of it is really a politics-driven movie. You have him
Yes.
being very loyal to Marcus Aurelius. You have secession that is questionable. You have loyalties and effectively a coup. It's a politically driven movie, and because of that, it's hard for me to be that emotionally invested. You know, it's kind of cool to bring down an empire, but at the same time, connecting that to his family and stuff doesn't seem. It's genuine, but it's only like a small thread in a very politically driven movie, and I prefer Conan. Like, out of like, I don't know why I'm comparing the two films. You know, you got some sword and board, but I guess, but like, I find that Conan is like really just sort of reaching inside and like, what is it that makes a man? While Gladiator is sort of like, how do you become the new emperor?
Yeah, the MCM had brought that beautiful line, my favorite Conan line. Where is that?
Well, I think Oliver Stone explained that this is actually from Genghis Khan.
Yeah. To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentations of their women.
So, what is interesting to see is what Conan fans think of Conan the Barbarian, and they
Like
feel,
the comic book fans, you mean?
yeah, yeah. So the original
Mhm.
literature, the original like what is Conan, and really Oliver Stone's version of Conan, John Milius's version of Conan, really doesn't look like Conan from the books, because when they say Conan the Barbarian, he's like literally a savage as opposed to this noble freed gladiator who's very learned and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, it's they mixed the story up a little bit. You know, it's supposed to be about the noble savage, but instead it's sort of like, oh no, he's educated. It's like, okay, I'm not. It's a bit different. Okay.
Yeah, look, I mean, I do actually empathize with people like that, because for me, as much as I enjoyed the Lord of the Rings trilogy as a movie, and even liked certain parts and segments of the later developments of The Hobbit, etc. It's just, there's no way when you have that kind of world building on such a detailed scale, and I was an absolute nerd for it, right? I read every single published writing of Tolkien, posthumously published manuscripts from the so-called Silmarillion, stuff that was gathered and put out there by his son, of course The Hobbit, of course The Lord of the Rings. And all of these were, by the way, some of the first things I read from cover to cover in English as well. So I was completely, um, you know, immersed in it. So nothing that was imagined out of it, nothing that was created from that universe was going to satisfy me ultimately. Not only necessarily because it wasn't truthful enough, but simply because it can't match the power of what you are imagining in your head. I mean, no movie can match that if you have such a rich textual source that goes with it.
Mhm.
I don't know. So I respect people who find films pale in comparison to movies. I
Right.
sometimes, yes, it can be a pretentious point, but I get it.
No, no. So I don't like in the case of Conan and Oliver Stone, like Oliver Stone is just very guilty of not really respecting, original work that he's supposed to carry the candle on, basically. So you
Sure.
got like the famous like spat between him and Tarantino on Natural Born Killers, where he basically rewrote it, and it still had to have Quentin Tarantino's name because of certain guild rules and stuff like that. And yeah, Tarantino like thoroughly disowns that movie. It's a good movie though.
Yeah. I mean, same thing. I mean, the original Scarface is a nice movie, especially for its time. It's an incredible movie. But pardon me, it's not, the 83 version is not just a remake.
Mhm.
It
Exactly.
has its own agenda. It's very much laden with Oliver Stone's political vision.
Yeah,
Hard,
and
hard,
he
hard.
deeply entrenched like the cultural aspects of that particular time period, that historical moment of the Cubans coming to America and stuff like that. Very, it it's hard to imagine that wasn't in the original movie. You know what I mean? As in, how could this be a remake? Because it's so entrenched in that historical context. It's like, what part of the other movie is really coming into here? Because Yeah, it's Oliver Stone goes too far, basically. It doesn't mean it's bad. It's just like, he's going to upset people if you give him some work, some prior work. He's gonna probably ruin it. So he's not the guy that you want to come in and do your Lord of the Rings interpretation.
Yeah, look, I mean, the thing is, by the way, now that Oliver Stone did that for us in the 80s version, because the 30s version was about Italians in Chicago. The 80s version ends up being about Cubans in Miami, and certainly I think time is ripe for another remake. I don't think it should be just any director. I'm kind of imagining Ryan Coogler maybe teaming up with his favorite actor Michael B. Jordan as the new Scarface, as the new Tony Montana, so to speak. It has to be something like that. It has to reimagine the same sort of intersection of the political and extra political, that how much making it in this country has to border at least on illegality, if not kind of transcend into it, or kind of trespass into it. Nothing exceeds like excess, right? As it said in the movie. Anyway, I mean, that was a cool thing that I did with this on this channel, where we talk about Scarface. Please do watch it. We are still due the Pulp Fiction episodes, this and I, and I look forward to doing that. And I'm sure we'll continue that series ultimately with different movies as well. What about Brian De Palma?
Yeah, I just want to say, like, he's basically a name he's a titan, but a lot of people just have never heard of him.
Really?
And it won't even be a case where they've necessarily like maybe Scarface is the only movie they know that he did.
But that's the thing, even now we talked about Oliver Stone, completely forgot that Brian De Palma was the actual director of the movie, whereas Oliver Stone has, of course, part of the writing credits.
Yes. So Scarface is a really interesting movie in Brian De Palma's filmography, because it actually doesn't look or play like a Brian De Palma film. And I'm not exactly sure why. So the big Brian De Palma films I'm a big fan of is Kari. So Stephen King's first movie he did, Kari, I just love. And Body Double, which came after Scarface. And I'm not a big fan of Untouchables, but The Bonfire of the Vanities and Carlito's Way, Mission Impossible, and Snake Eyes, these are all, like, those are my favorite films from him. But he's a director that's very, very heavily influenced by Hitchcock, and he has these sorts of, he's a very unique director, but it's also very hard to sort of like pin him down. And in that way, unless it's sort of directly emulating Hitchcock, I sort of don't really understand his flavor as a director. You know what I mean? But he seems to be involved in just incredible films.
I think, when it comes to Scarface, from all the, I did a lot of, I was obsessed with that movie since I came to this country, but I also did some extra research for what this and I did together. And I'm given to understand that Oliver Stone was basically not allowed to direct the movie because he was too young.
Right.
So De Palma was brought in, which is not to say he didn't do anything, but I feel like, that movie perhaps reflects more of, quote unquote, Oliver Stone's vision than Brian De Palma's, in a way.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he just took the credit, don't take me wrong, but maybe that's why that movie is more Oliver Stone flavored than, Brian De Palma.
Yeah. That makes sense to me. In a lot of ways, like Brian De Palma takes on stories that are very different. Like he doesn't have a flavor or a pattern, while Oliver Stone definitely does. I don't see a lot of Oliver Stone's signatures in Scarface itself. So normally those signatures, like just completely obliterating linear time, is just something that Stone just consistently does. But yeah, I really love Body Double. I think it might be my favorite De Palma film. It's unique, but it's very much Alfred Hitchcock. It's like it's emulating Alfred Hitchcock to the point where you say, "Is this plagiarism?" I don't know, but I love it. I really love it.
I haven't actually watched Body Double, so I can't comment on that.
I can't even remember why I was able to watch it. It must have been on DVD at some point.
Yeah, that's 84. Okay. The modern master of suspense invites you to witness a seduction, a mystery, a murder. Interesting.
Yeah, I think this and Manhunter by Michael Mann. These are really good films that most people haven't seen.
Nice. I like Manhunter, but this one I haven't seen.
Yeah, I got to watch it with my wife sometime, but I've not been able to find it on Blu-ray. Let me try a little harder. Let's make sure it's on the list at least. Because she loves Hannibal, right? And not the terrible ones, the good ones. Like the one with Mads, that was a good one. Silence of the Lambs, that was a good one. And Manhunter is a good one. And certainly not Red Dragon or Hannibal, where he just turns into some weird gay serial killer.
Although, the TV series really, kind of raises the volume on that homoerotic connection between Hannibal and Will Graham, the FBI agent.
Right. Yeah, my main criticism isn't the homoeroticism. It's really that he's just killing way too many people way too frequently in those movies. Like it's just like chip 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 chop chop. He spends most of his time just slicing people up. It's almost like
Exactly.
a Jason movie or something like
that. As a man of culture who savors everything that he does, that's very unbecoming. You're absolutely right. The reason
very rude.
Exactly. The reason I loved the TV series with Mads Mikkelsen was I think they were pretty consistent with his penchant for killing rude people or people he considered like uncouth, and it was always a particular. I'm not sure if you can attribute him any sort of real regret, but every time he had to kill someone who didn't necessarily fit that mold, whose killing was not justified, he had to turn it into some other kind of project, right? He couldn't really go his usual way, like the way he killed that female agent and kind of did a whole deconstructive artwork out of her body. Do you remember that scene? Mm-hmm. That was incredible. But yeah, Manhunter is great, and it's probably the Hannibal movie that no one watched. So certainly worth watching. Great cast as well,
Yes.
as it happens.
It's just a
Directed-
little old and a little early in man's career, so it's a light on budget, but it's fantastic nevertheless.
And basically, I mean, if you look, I'm a huge fan of Ed Norton, so I did like, just because of that, it had Edward Norton, it had Anthony Hopkins, so it was fine. But it's basically a better take on that same story.
Oh, which movie redid Manhunter?
I'm trying to remember. Wait,
I was so uninvested after Red Dragon. Like I was just like, it just had the worst
I think
director,
that's
Brett
Red
Ratner.
Dragon. That's Red Dragon.
Ah, okay.
Where Ralph Fiennes is the Francis Dollarhide / Tooth Fairy character.
Mhm.
Ed Norton is Will Graham, and of course Hopkins is there as well. And again, like that they had such a great cast in that movie, but it just didn't click.
Who's the director of that one? Let's see.
I don't know. We have to check.
Is it Brett Ratner?
Who?
Yeah,
I don't
fucking
know.
Brett Ratner. What a piece of shit.
I don't even know who. What are some of his other movies?
So he thought he was like a top director after having the blockbusters of the Jackie Chan and Chris Tucker movies.
Holy. Rush Hour? Is that
Rush
what it
Hour,
is?
yeah. After Rush Hour 1 and 2, he thought he was like a top director. I was like, you fucking clown. The person behind the camera doesn't matter when you've got friggin' Jackie Chan on screen. Come on, man. You're just in Jackie Chan's US vehicle. I mean, you're not. Yeah. And then he went on to make friggin' X-Men Last Stand. So Bryan Singer was incredible with X-Men 1, X-Men 2. I rewatched those. Those are still fantastic. X-Men Last Stand, I didn't even buy. I got the Blu-rays. I'm a collector. I like having complete things. I purposefully went out of my way not to get Last Stand and not to get Apocalypse. Like I don't have to buy everything. And Dark Phoenix, I didn't even think about getting that.
Black Mirror is back, by the way. I don't know.
That's cool.
I haven't yet dipped back into it.
Black Mirror
do you like
just
Black Mirror?
enrages me.
Okay,
It's
tell
good.
me-
It's good.
Tell me
Like, it's-
more. My review is a little simpler and much more enthusiastic and positive, so I would rather hear you first.
Right. I love the subject matter, and I'm a huge fan of that style of TV show. The twisted. What do they call it in America? There was a really famous one, a TV
The
series.
Twilight Zone.
Zone. Yeah, Twilight
Yeah,
Zone.
Black Mirror is basically like a
That's Twilight Zone.
version of Twilight Zone from the future in a way, a little more, sci-fi, futuristic.
Yeah, there's a little bit more technological bent, than Twilight Zone, but it's still Twilight Zone. That sort of super episodic, societal context commentary type thing, and
Absolutely.
I love it. I love it. I love Twilight Zone. There was a show in Australia called Twisted Tales, which was a similar concept, and that was very
Okay.
good too. And I do actually like Black Mirror, but it just enrages me because they normally drive towards a conclusion, and it just pisses me off too much. Like when they arrive at the conclusion that I don't want to see. You know what I mean? Like,
So you would rather have it left more open-ended? Is that what you're saying in a way?
I think I would enjoy it more if it was more open ended. It sounds like a cop out, but I would
Okay.
enjoy it more if it was open ended because some of their close ended stuff just doesn't make any sense to me. So I remember there was like a season something or other where their episode 1 was like a Star Trek.
Yeah, I remember that.
thing, but it was really about VR and stuff like that. And I hated this idea that they were just happy to be like dead inside the simulation. Effectively, I'm just like,
USS Callister,
Yeah.
series 4, number 1.
yeah. But I just loved how evil and nasty that was. Like, you know, like these people, he just made these people his slaves and everything. Yeah, just really, really cool. Like, just, you know, that was really, really cool. I just couldn't stand how that finished. I'm just, please. Like that's not a happy ending. Basically it's portraying a happy ending with no wink that maybe it's not really that happy or anything like this. It portrays it as a happy ending, and I'm just like, no, that's kind of, they're participating in hell still. Like, that's not a happy ending. I'd rather just a sad ending where the bad guys win, you know.
So which episode was your favorite, actually? If you have a favorite episode, I don't want to push you, you know, if maybe all of them left you with that.
No, I haven't seen enough. Honestly.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a few, and I love the concept, but just because they end it in that way, I'm just left so dissatisfied. I feel like writing a blog post about how bad it is or something like that. And it's just a TV show ultimately. I can't spend my time like really dealing with that. So another show that like really deals with like topics that are serious and interesting is Star Trek. And I see nothing wrong in how Star Trek has handled most of the sensitive subject matter that they go through. So it can be done. I can't stand how it ends all the time.
In my case, you know, I'm not as critical, perhaps as critical as I should be. I just really appreciated the way they basically applied this Twilight Zone concept into our time and really intensified a lot of the insecurities and anxieties we have as, you know, human beings at this time with technological advancements. And this was before, again, you know, it's not long before, or long ago, but this was before we all started freaking out artificial intelligence, for example, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I particularly appreciated that kind of post-technological bent to it. But it turns out that a lot of the episodes that I really like were not that, you know, post-apocalyptic technological after all. I think the one that I really liked was I think it was called Shut Up and Dance, I want to say. That this I mean, I don't even want to reveal too much of the plot because it's very disturbing as well, but it basically is about this kid who gets recorded while he is masturbating by his, you know, via his webcam, and then someone starts blackmailing him about it. And it's very disturbing towards the end, but I thought they did that really well and with incredible suspense throughout. I was absolutely not expecting that ending.
Yeah.
The one that I might even like more, but to me was personally disturbing at quite a different level, was, I'm trying to fish out now the name of that episode, where the guy is taking part in this beta testing of a new new video game, like made by some genius Japanese guy. What was it called? Playtest. It's the reason I find it too close to home again is, like, you know, the guy starts traveling the world after his father passes away, and he gets reminded by this woman that he met, like, you should really call your mother, and that kind of ends up becoming part of the plot towards the end. The video game house, yeah. That's
So I'll put the question out. I'm just looking at this and I was like, okay, it's very British in that they produce almost no episodes per year. It's like 2.5 episodes a year since 2011. I'll give it a second chance. I'll allow people to suggest which season do I give a second chance on and watch through.
As a season, I think since you already like, USS Callister, season 4 is pretty great.
All right, I'll give it a shot.
But I think season 3 is just fine too.
Yeah, I'll go for season 3 because it's possible that I actually did watch a few more in season 4, and I'll end up accidentally recapping it despite trying to watch ones I hadn't seen. Okay, I'll give season 3 a shot. As I like the idea just overall. It's just I spend more time infuriated. Another TV series.
I love that you feel so strongly about some of the movies that you hate, and also those that you like as well.
Right. So an entire TV series that could really be a Black Mirror episode, but obviously doesn't have enough length to really explore the topic, is Upload. So it's an Amazon original, but it's honestly one of my favorite sci-fi / comedy comedy series of all time. Like it's dealing with some really, really like fundamental sci-fi questions. Like, if you could upload your brain into a computer, would you do it? And what would it look like? What would life be like after you've uploaded?
That does sound like a Black Mirror episode.
Yeah, and like you got to pay for the servers and stuff. So in this digital afterlife, they fucking monetize the shit out of everything. So in a world where food is free, they still require micropayments for fucking everything. Right. And in the virtual world, there's unlimited ads. So one of the things that they do is they've got, if I remember correctly, I may have been mixing it up for Futurama, but there's advertising in people's dreams. Although I might be, so it's like, wait, why are you doing that? Or another one was it was really hilarious. It's primarily a comedy, but it is dealing with, like, that's a pretty hardcore sci-fi question. Like, what happens to society when people live forever? In virtual reality, and you just visit them, they never die. So like some of the hard hitting ones is one of the uploads is a kid. He was uploaded when he was 9 because he was involved in a car crash, and so he's forever 9. Like
that's sad.
It's just like mind blowing. Another one was why do people still fart in why do they spend time to make people fart and it still smells? Like, why did they do that? And it's not like a mystery, like, oh, why do we still fart? No, like they programmed it in that you would still be able to fart and it would still smell.
Speaking of which, one of the most disturbing and fascinating things that I've seen today, I have to show you this, since you are a fellow Cartier enthusiast as well.
Mm-hmm. That owns zero Cartier, unfortunately.
Same. I mean, I have a paper clip.
Are we guilty? Are we just shilling? Are we paid, unpaid paid shills of Cartier?
Wait, what? Where is this? Oh my God! How did I not save this?
I realize, like, the more I realize, I may never buy another Cartier. Like, I may never get one, because one of the problems of, like, the way that I do the watch game is, like, I go to an AD. And if I'm buying a soft piece, I'm trying to do that to help along with a hot piece. It doesn't mean I don't like the soft piece. I love Cartier. I'm waiting for the moment that it's going to help. The problem is, I don't think it will ever help, because the difference between getting a Platona and not getting a Platona isn't going to rest on me buying a Santos. Like, they're not like, oh, will he buy a Santos? Okay, give him the Platona. It's not going to make a difference. I don't think. I mean, if someone tells me it's going to make a difference, I'll do it. But I just don't think it's going to happen.
What do you think about this right here?
Is this real? This is not real.
I don't care if it's real or not. I need
Is this
your comments.
quintessentially Cartier? I don't know. I
So,
feel like it's not weird enough to be Cartier.
No?
No, it would have to have like a second bulging point, I think. Or it has to look a little melted along the side or something, or yeah. Like the bottom can't be just a circle. It'd be like a hexagon. No, not a hexagon. Like
I mean, it's
a
technically
trapezoid. Where's the
Yeah,
trapezoid?
ring.
It's missing a trapezoid
to
somewhere.
put it out there. So yeah, I think you can think of different uses of that. Of course, with the classy red box presentation.
Yeah.
Of course,
Because my SA friend has moved on from watch dealing to being an SA at Tiffany's. I'm going to be visiting Tiffany's tomorrow, and man, Tiffany's is so boring compared to Cartier. Like, I love going through Cartier's. I'm a guy. I have no jewelry, but I love looking at Cartier jewelry. Tiffany, like, it's so boring. There's a couple pieces that have like a little bit more flair. I think it's like this Elsa or something or other, like the curved money clip and stuff, but it's pretty crap compared to Cartier.
I think I don't want to romanticize too much, but before the LVMH takeover, there were elements of it, including their long-lasting relationship with Patek, that had a certain charm. But I think after the LVMH takeover, it really became a hype manufacturer. I mean, now they do everything just like any other luxury brand. It's a lifestyle brand. So it's not only that they expanded their kind of archive of trinkets, but they have now everything from sneakers to dog bowls, collars, everything, anything and everything that you might need for your house.
Perfumes, fashion watches.
So I see you.
I don't know. To some extent, this looks like a knockoff of Cartier in a way, because they've got this sort of utilitarian theme with chains and locks, which seems overly forced.
That's it. Honestly, aesthetically speaking, I actually love that, Air Force One they did with Jordan. I mean, the one with just the Tiffany blue check on an all black. Our own Jake Brooks actually got a pair.
StockX has them at $1,000.
I mean, that's not huge markup actually, because I think they were selling around 500.
Okay,
Yeah.
Nike Air Force One lows 13,000.
Okay, yeah. That's crazy.
Wow. Well, I mean, honestly, like, I don't see it commented enough, but the Tiffany 5711 completely jumped the shark for the entire watch industry. Like,
Oh, that's this one is the family and friends version, so it's a little heavier on the Tiffany blue and probably more rare as well. I like the black, which is let me see.
Oh yeah, I had it before this one. Yeah. I unironically want to buy the big red boot. I think they're awesome. Have you seen them?
Yeah,
The
yeah.
Mischief big red boot.
Funny enough, I can actually see it on you. Please don't.
I
be
wear
offended.
Crocs already, man. It's not that much of a stretch. Oh, hello, Professor.
Hey, Professor, how are you doing?
Gentlemen,
Hi, I missed you, man. How are you?
I miss you too.
Nice to talk to you.
Very
Welcome,
nice
very
to
welcome.
talk to you. Thank you. Thank you.
Can you show the professor the big red boot? The shoe that I
The
want?
big red boots. So this is going to be, Professor. I want your honest opinion. This is going to be the new luxury purchase by our friend Oz here.
Okay. What the hell is this? What is this?
This is just some footwear.
Mm-hmm.
You can walk into the boardroom,
For a dinosaur?
go hiking.
So we went from watches to boots.
Hey, we've talked about leather goods before, I'm sure.
Oh, we did. Okay.
Yeah. What about this one, the young Brando, the Mischief AC1? The AC1 is a
Yeah,
good one.
it's literally wearing a cast on your foot.
But you get
amazing.
a pair, so both feet have this boot.
Amazing. I mean, what a concept.
2 broken feet. It's awesome.
The injury, when you get a pair of this, the injury is certainly not in your feet. I think it in some other extremity that's connected to your body, in a very loose way, clearly.
But hey, man, it's making fun of us. Mischief just needs to come out of a watch. Although, is that just H. Moser? I don't know.
Honestly, I mean, it might be just around the corner. Who knows? Who knows?
It's ripe.
Yeah,
The
Professor,
watch industry is ripe
you're not
to get a
saying
Mischief
anything.
watch.
No, sorry, what?
You're not saying anything. What do you think about this?
This,
AC1.
what is it?
This.
It's a pair of shoes.
I thought this was the most distinguished channel about watches. Now we're talking about boots. Well, that's because the market is probably crashing. So we're talking about everyday consumables.
It's correcting. It's correcting, Professor. It's correcting.
I forgot, yeah.
We were just discussing Tiffany, actually, Professor, and Tiffany made some terrible shoes that, for some reason, young Brando likes. That's how we got here. We're one sentence removed from Tiffany. Is how we got here. That's how far we've declined after getting into the world of Tiffany.
Oh God.
No, I was just commenting. Like, I'm visiting my old Rolex SA. She moved to Tiffany, and I'm looking through their catalog, and I'm like, this isn't as fun as looking at Cartier's catalog. I own no jewelry, so it's But I actually have fun looking at Cartier's catalog. I love their designs. So what's on your mind, Professor? What's on your mind?
Anything you want, ask me. Anything you like. Interest rates.
How fucked is the UK? I was looking at some things earlier, and then it's like, should I get my money out of the UK? I have like the first part of my career in terms of cash still over there, you know.
Okay. No, the banks are good. I mean, you'll get some money for it if you place it in a deposit. Certainly, what is happening is that we spoke about this with YB, Young Brando, in this channel about the coming global, not recession, but slowdown for sure. And I think the UK has one.
Stagflation. No one wants to invoke the term.
No, I think I said it 6-7 months ago, but you know, people
They don't like
thought
it.
I'm just a funny professor.
Yeah. Isn't stagflation supposed to be impossible with MMT?
No, it's fixable, but it takes much longer than people expect. So it will take a while because interest rates need to go up to control inflation. and then interest rates will have to come down to generate growth. But this takes time. Usually the business cycle is 8 to 14 months. Now it could take 2 to 3 years.
But isn't some of the problem the parts of the market are too quick to react, as in some parts are slow, so prices are slow, and that's got a lot of momentum. But at the same time, the moment they even think about pausing interest rates, the stock market just goes through the roof. You know what I
Yes,
mean? It's not really putting the brakes on unless they just say they're going to keep raising it in perpetuity.
yes, I mean, let me. I think they have 2 or 3 things happening. One is that equity markets have not correlated to the behavior of the economy, and that is a fact of still liquidity. But in order to control inflation, you need to take liquidity off the market, and you see it in the microcosm of the watch world. People are very apprehensive to buy watches, even if ADs talk about limited supply. For sure, there is more supply than 2 years ago. And I think what we don't know about the watch market is the extent that the supply is made available, right? We don't know exactly how many watches are being supplied, but what we do know is that there are more watches being supplied. That's for sure. Number 2, we have the evidence of the gray market, where the gray market has crashed. So back in the old days, a year and a half ago, let's say, an OP would fetch you a premium in the secondary market. Today, unless you have one of the discontinued models, it doesn't really matter if you have it and try to sell it. Nobody will buy it at a premium. So clearly there is something that has happened in all of this. So money is more expensive. People have less disposable income. The crypto world has been crashing, although more recently, Bitcoin has
Booming.
done well.
Yeah, but it's crashed permanently because a lot of people withdrew their money at the bottom.
That's right. That's right. Correct. Exactly. And then to add to all of this, equities in the US have done very well, and now it could be time that people are selling and exiting the market, right?
Right now, the way I see it, everything's expensive again. I was going to start doing some dollar cost averaging back into Bitcoin because it seemed to be like went below 25 and seemed to continue. It's like, it's just okay. I think I'm just holding some cash for now. I don't really feel like it. Oh, you need to pat me on the back, Professor. I did not bid on a Toyota Supra. That is my childhood dream. So I didn't get the middle-aged midlife crisis car that I so badly need. And today when I was at the AD, I said, what would you tell me if I asked for a James Cameron deep sea? Because I've just got submarine fever at the moment. And she said, I might look out the back for one for you. And I'm like, okay, don't do that. So I haven't bought anything. I'm being frugal, Professor. I'm being very frugal.
Yeah, I think you have always been frugal. You just followed a little bit the herd in the last 2 years, but now you have disconnected from the herd. So you're back to your old.
After you get everything that they told you to get, then it's kind of hard to continue.
Yeah, I've been for the 2 months that I've been absent due to many personal issues. I've been listening to the both of you, and I've been listening to your quest to acquire the Daytona, or at least to get, some hope for the Daytona Platinum.
Platinum, yes.
Yeah, I think, it will, and of course, on the back of that, they announced Le Mans, which, okay, fine. I think it's an interesting game that they're playing. They're enticing the collectors to get into the world again of Rolex and eventually get other pieces because these two will be very difficult to get for sure, and they're not
But-
for the ordinary.
They're doing a really good job. Like I said before Watches and Wonders that something needs to happen because I'm not actually interested in anything at the moment. So they need to release something that I want. And last year's Watches and Wonders didn't produce anything I want, but certainly this year kind of did. It sort of limped in with the platinum. I think that's fair. This Le Mans one, I haven't decided, but it looks
Can I say
great.
something about? I mean, the thing with this watch, again, I want to like it in so many ways, but Avo, who drops by this channel once every so often and is one of my supporters on Patreon, said something that suddenly turned on the light bulb over my head. Getting the custom watch Artisan de Genève vibes. You know that company, right? You know,
Yeah.
Artisan de Genève, that takes like modern Rolex and kind of changes a few things and gives it an exhibition case back and makes a custom model. And the new Le Mans looks exactly like it. Apparently, it's just 100 pieces or something. It's very limited. But, you know, still you get that vibe, and it feels like maybe Rolex just simply doesn't want to leave that kind of money on the table for other people to earn. So they are getting into that business themselves as well, in the same way they got into certified pre-owned in a real way.
It would be troubling if we saw a lot of releases like this, like the next year and, you know, so on and so forth. So we'll see what happens. At the moment, it still sort of stands alone as being like, you know, true anniversary piece, right? So we don't know yet. I don't think it's going to be as limited as 100 pieces. I mean, they're doing their best to indicate that it's not that limited by putting it on the catalog and putting a price tag on it, which they don't do for the platinum. So, but who knows?
What do you think, Professor? What do you think about the Le Mans centenary model?
If I like it or not, I mean,
But everything, whatever else you can tell us as well.
it will not be for the masses. It will not be for the masses. You go in and they will kick you out. You know, this is not for. It's not for people who have bought even $200,000 worth of watches. You know,
Yeah.
the platinum, forget it. You just, it's not. It's a very different era. As you've seen, the Daytona in general has not been produced. It hasn't hit the ADs,
Yeah.
and there is a reason for that. What is hitting the ADs is the Explorer 40 and the GMT, right? Both gold, full gold, and two-tone, which I should add, it's a very beautiful watch, the two-tone, magnificent watch.
I'm
The
currently advising someone right now on their first purchase, and they want like yellow gold Rolex. You know, they're Asian. It's just culturally what they want. And they spotted like a 1990s GMT on Jubilee in yellow gold. It was spectacular. But I said, like, you're going to hate this, but they do have a new model of that. But you'd be a complete idiot if you buy one right now because they're going to drop like a rock. They're just
You
new.
mean at in the gray market?
Yeah, for sure. And in fact, I think it's
Yeah.
dropped so hard and so fast, it's already below retail.
Which one?
The new one, the yellow gold on Jubilee.
The all gold. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if it has hit below retail, but it will hit very soon, right? And it's
Yeah.
the effect of the economy. I mean, this had not, you wouldn't have thought about it a couple of years ago. So I think that's okay. I mean, that's the economy effect. But overall, I think they're drip feeding the market, right? So they're going from Explorer 140 GMT, some of them 1908, and they will wait towards the end of the year for the Daytona. The platinum you will not see. It will go to very few people. You will not see. I mean, it's not for the average.
Do
As
do
I
you think
said,
the Le Mans is going to be more common? Like, I
no,
mean,
no. It may be.
less.
It will be as difficult as the OP41 with the bubbles.
I mean, I don't even know how hard that is yet.
That will probably be one for every AD. Okay,
Wow.
Le Mans will be the same. The Platinum will be just forget it. They produced it. Thank you very much. We'll never see it. So it's not going to be, and this is, I think, the new way of doing it. So they will have two models. One will be very impossible to get. The other one will be less so, but still quite difficult. It will be only for legacy customers. The Le Mans, right? The Daytona, the Platinum will be for super. It will be for God and his cousins. And I think they're getting into this mindset, right, to create even more exclusivity. But then they'll get a lot of traffic by getting people into, the other pieces. Now, what will become a little bit more accessible is the Yachtmaster, the titanium. The titanium will be a little bit
Titanium.
more titanium, yes.
What
And that
about
will
the
hit.
titanium deep sea? The challenge.
It's more widely distributed. It's more widely distributed, yeah. But still exclusive. It's not gonna be a Datejust. It's not gonna be, a GMT. It'll be, and GMT has its own,
Yeah.
issues now. And that's another category. But GMT, with time, it will be again revamped, like the Submariner. So I think the Yachtmaster will appear towards the third, fourth half of the year. And it will be more attainable, but it will be for the high rollers. So the high rollers could include people who have spent 100, 200, thousand. The platinum, no, it will be for the few. And they want to change that to the approach they have done before, where in 2013 they produced it in large numbers over the years. It still became a widely appearing watch.
Right. I mean, they
With
discounted most of them, I imagine.
exactly now they're not going to discount anything, so they're going to hold it at very limited numbers. It'll be a very pricey watch. You'll have to cough up what 85, 88,000 USD now. And I think that's the game. The other watches will appear, the titanium Yachtmaster, the Explorer has already appeared, which by the way is a very beautiful watch, guys. I don't know if you've seen it from close, but I did the other day, and it's a very beautiful watch.
The Explorer 40.
The Explorer 40, yes, sir.
Well,
It's great looking. I mean, it's basically a perfectly scaled up Explorer 36.
Exactly, exactly.
I think
And
Explorer 36 was a fine watch. I know you are very much into men's watches, much like a bigger version of Big Meech.
I know.
So
I was
you
a little
appreciate.
confused when he was talking about the OPs. Like they're not, the current ones aren't. I'm like, okay, he's only talking about the 41s because you could still get the other color dials on the 36. But we know, Professor.
So
No
no,
interjection necessary.
I'm not gonna go into the 36. I mean, and I know you have a 36 Explorer one, but no, the 40 is nice. I agree. It's
it's well
Proportioned,
proportioned.
yeah.
Yeah, for
very
sure.
well proportioned. And I like the dial. It's a very clean, nice, glossy dial. I don't know. When you see it from close, it's a one and done for me in many ways.
Sure.
I,
Could you
I,
pull one up,
yeah, of course.
young Brando? So a good close up on the dial on the Explorer, whether it's 36 or 40, and it's just a quick little subtopic, and that is in that lacquer dial, there's a little bit of a dip around the hole for the hands. And I remember reading a post where someone was quite annoyed at it. And I never really thought much about it but
Why would you be annoyed at something?
as in it just looks like a defect, as in they've like punched through the dial and it's left a sort of a cratering look. I think we need a real photo.
Yeah, let's see. Well, I don't know. To me, that sounds like the complaint that I hear sometimes about people who see like classic chronographs for the first time and say like, why are the hands crooked?
Oh yes, yes. That was common in the 1990s with Omega, young Brado, remember? And they would say that why
Yeah.
are the hands exactly crooked, concaving into the dial? Very nice watch, guys. I would highly recommend people. I'm actually, believe it or not, I'm more frugal than the definition of frugality, but I'm actually thinking at some point to, over the summer, to gift myself this watch.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm thinking. Yeah, yeah. It's between this and maybe, a more plain, no date stab, something like that. But this is, I think, nicer.
Yeah, no, I love the Explorer. I was, because of certain circumstances, I actually had the collection in my house for once and not at the bank. They're all back at the bank, so if you're planning on robbing me, try a different day. The the Explorer is really cool. It hits way above its price point. Like if I compare it to the Speedmaster, I'll take the Explorer any day. Like it's just so pure in that the indices are lovely, everything about its proportions are just fantastic, and there's no nonsense about it. You know what I mean? It's just beautiful, time only, done. It's like something done to perfection, basically.
How about you, young Brando?
Did you see? Well, two pieces of news. Did you see that I got featured with my
Yes,
face and wrist shots in Hodinky,
I did. Congratulations.
and it's now credited as well. So there's that. Let's look at it once again. So my head grows a little bigger, if that were possible.
That being said, they're not allowed to use it in this way, right?
What do you mean? No, they did.
You can't just you can't just credit someone and think that's you're done.
They did ask me in the first place whether they
Oh,
could.
okay.
So,
Oh, wow. Okay. I did not
so it
realize.
it now says courtesy of young Brando himself, whoever that is. I
Wow.
liked actually the way it was inserted in this way because it creates a certain mystery rather than
Himself.
just linking it there. And then there's also a full. I like them. They're really friendly, by the way. Ali and AJ, everyone's favorite pop rock
Who,
duo.
who are they? I like them too.
Rock
Let me show.
stars,
Oh,
rock stars. And
rock stars.
Ali is wearing a Daytona. Both are taken.
Taken.
Unfortunately, Professor. So
Oh, by whom? I mean, married
um,
taken or boyfriend taken?
Ali is married, taken, and AJ is very happily paired
You can
with her.
swoop in either way, Professor. It's just slightly different challenges.
Yeah. Okay. There's your friend.
Yes. Yes, there are two of my friends. In fact, Charlie. With Charlie, we had a stepbrothers kind of moment. Are we now best friends? As you can see here, where are we? Yes, here.
Who is the guy in the middle?
That
Very nice picture. Very distinguished. You look very nice.
Thank you. But look how happy we are.
You guys must be drinking or something.
No, well, we had a lot of champagne on JLC's.
Account. Excellent.
Yes,
They have the
and
money. Oh, yeah.
that's Josh as well. So
Josh.
he's also in vintage watches.
Nice.
Collaborates
You're
a lot.
very happy. You guys are very happy. Happy bunch.
Yeah. We had a lot of fun. I wish they would be in Southern California more often, for sure.
Hmm.
But I should hang out more with Josh, who is actually living here. But yeah, I also had the pleasure of meeting Josh Shapiro, who is bringing back American watchmaking with his beautiful engine turn dials, and now an in-house movement as well. So that's Josh with his watch, and young Brando himself, as as Tony Traina put it.
Very good. You have progressed nicely over the last 2 months.
It was okay. It was okay. I think I was okay, and I'm glad you came back, Professor, to check in. I mean, look, at the end of the day, Shamba, how are you doing? Oh, don't say that, Shamba. That's not nice. That's not nice. I think I could lose a few pounds, honestly. I'm trying to get back to fighting weight. I need to challenge someone into a boxing match, Professor. What do you think?
Yeah. Who do you want to challenge?
I was thinking that I could like, take a few of them, they can take rounds, if like I'll take one person. If they make it to the end of the round, they can tag team the other guy. I
Okay.
can take a few of them, I think. I'm not gonna name them here, but anyways, yes, it's hard. It's hard. Look at that. We had a 4-hour live stream, and no one super chatted except for JB. Thank you, JB. I appreciate you.
Well,
And
it shows that
we're starving.
there
We're
are
starving.
few those who appreciate content, and
Well,
many want the.
to be fair, Professor, not that gets appreciated either, but we have mostly talked about movies, tapping into Aussie's expertise and passion.
Oh,
So to be fair, that was the fare of the day. But yeah, it's the same. When people want drama, people want fights, people want stupid screaming. Anything else is not really. Even when you get the views, people don't. It's very strange to me. I see people super chatting these absurd amounts to basically say nothing, but they consume actual watch content freely and don't even dip their hands into their pockets. It's very interesting. Anyway, and thank you, Mike the Snake. Thank you. I appreciate them, and I appreciate you too. And Whiskey Reaper says, "I see you, Professor." I don't see the Professor actually. I just hear him, but it's good to hear him. The birds are chirping in the background.
yes, they are. Yes, in the beautiful English countryside.
Okay.
So also, I really like Aussie. I like the two-tone GMT. Very beautiful. I've seen it from close up.
Mm.
Two-tone GMT.
Yeah, the new one.
Professor, I always wanted to ask because I haven't seen that one in person yet. Because in what I take to be renderings, the stainless steel in that watch. Ah, that's great. The stainless steel in that watch just looks very grayscale. Is it a different finish, or is it just how it's mocked in the pictures, how it's mocked up in the pictures, I mean?
Now tell me again. You lost me a little bit.
So let's see. I don't know why I got stuck here.
I've seen both models, the all gold and the two-tone.
So what I mean is, let's see, at the end, I think you can just click. Like, you see how it looks? Like,
The grayish. Yes, yes, yes.
yes.
On the steel. No.
Is it a
it's
different finish, or is it just the way they
No.
rendered it in the picture?
Correct. It's the second. It's the way the picture is weird. It brings out grayness, but it's not gray. It's just very nice. I mean, it's a steel watch. So
Well,
the,
so much so that you know, when I first saw the pictures, you know, you remember we were searching things in Google, and some of the stock pictures were already popping up before they even announced it. I thought they used for the first time something else, like titanium and 18 karat yellow gold for two-tone. To that extent, I thought it was a different metal, but turns out it's just the rendering of the picture.
You're right. It's just from close up. I really appreciated the Jubilee two-tone iteration, because it harks back to the 1990s, like your piece. Remember?
Yeah, and obviously they had both for a good stretch of time. They had both
Yeah, it
the
was a full
so-called
gold.
root beer, and they had the quote-unquote bumblebee, right? The black and gold. Pardon me.
What's interesting is, like, for a man, getting a Jubilee in full yellow gold doesn't exist outside of that watch, as far as I know.
All gold Jubilee. Can you get it in a Sky Dweller two-tone or a full gold Jubilee?
I think
I'm
you
not
can.
sure. I
Good
think you can.
question.
I
So
think
when they
you
came
can.
out with the Jubilee for the Sky Dweller,
But he hates Sky.
unless it's in the professional lineup, it doesn't exist.
I think that this two-tone GMT Jubilee is again a very beautiful one
Oh no,
and
you
done.
are right. You can.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
it's the first time they've made a Jubilee in full yellow gold for a man in like
In a while. Yeah.
2 decades, maybe more.
Yeah, three, 4.
No, I think late 90s they might
80s.
have still had one.
Yeah, in the 80s for sure they had.
Yeah.
So it's a very nice, it's a beautiful piece. I mean, don't take me wrong if you're into this kind of.
I think in pictures the grey semicircle is just sort of not adding to the watch at all. Like, if you see real pictures, it just sort of looks like it's like, okay, so half of it's very faded. It's not like, it would be better if it just maintained the full contrast of just a fully black bezel, I think, like the original.
Yeah.
They added flair here that they didn't need to, and I'm not
No,
sure
I
if
think
it
I
adds.
think for this one you're right. You need to see it from close to appreciate this. And it's like equally the Yachtmaster, because I've seen it from close. It is on the gray side. So it's exactly like this. The steel is exactly like the color of the steel is exactly like the color of the titanium bracelet. So it is gray, obviously, because it's titanium, but it's a grayish titanium. And you need to see these watches from close and wear them and see how they adjust.
Yeah.
The equally so, the Daytona is beautiful, the platinum, heavy and all that. But the Le Mans is, because I've seen it from close as well. I held it. It's a very nice watch. It's not as good as the photos provided for the wider public.
What do you like better?
So I was asked the same question. If you were to be given one of the two watches, which one would you go for? Personally, if I am paying for the watch, there's a difference between gifting and paying for it. I would go for the white gold because it's less pain on the pocket. If it's a gift, certainly I'll go for the platinum because you will never get it. I mean, all these people going out saying, yes, I'll register, I'll do. They don't even register you for that. For the Le
No,
Mans,
it's
they tell you,
meaningless. Like I've tried to talk to my friends here who are trying to get a piece. I'm like they go, oh, we talked to this other AD. I'm like, yeah, well, I mean, like I know that AD and what they tell you, like what they do. Oh, they took down our details on a piece of paper, and I said, you know what they do with that piece of paper? Can you guess? There's nothing.
yeah.
So it's just, I don't know why you bothered. My first essay gave you the no bullshit answer, and that was, you will never get it. Like, not in the time frame. Like they want to get it within 2 weeks. I'm like, there's nothing you can do in the next 2 weeks that'll happen unless you want to start buying lots of other stuff. In which case, like, don't do that. Just buy it on the grey market. It doesn't cost much extra on the grey market for the watch they want. I'm just like, there's nothing here for you unless you like doing this, going to these places and trying to cajole them into doing you a favor. Then I don't know why you think like they called up the Win and they asked, oh, do they have it? And she goes, oh, well, we have stock of ladies' pieces. I'll sell you those. And if I have stock of the Submariner, I'll sell you that too. But we don't have stock right now. And I'm like, I had to tell my friend, when they tell you over the phone that they have stock of this and don't have stock of that, what they mean is it's in the case.
Sorry to be pissy and ranty. We can have this discussion behind the scenes. It's not like anyone is doing anything to keep the lights on. So I will just say goodbye, and we can talk about Rolex in the background at our pleasure, since we're doing it for free anyways. So goodbye. I'll see everyone tomorrow. We'll see. Take care.
Thanks, everyone.